Testing, can you guys hear me okay? Thanks.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. President Close, it is 9 a.m. and we do have quorum, so we can go ahead and start if you're ready.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks, Ashley. Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. And we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, a couple of housekeeping matters. Board members, please stay muted. And after each agenda item, we will allow for an open discussion and dialogue first, and then Ashley may go through roll call to see if any member has an additional comment or question, if needed, to ensure each board member is heard. Please state your name before you speak. Charters and applicants on the agenda, please stay muted until the item is considered. We will ask if the charter is available, and if so, the charter can unmute themselves at that time. Just as a reminder, the general public is viewing this meeting via a live stream. And Aaron, please do the roll call.
Absolutely. President Close.
Here.
Vice President Montier.
Here.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Here.
Ms. Barr.
Here.
Mr. Jamoni. Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Foster.
Here.
Mr. Ruiz.
Here.
Mr. Stratton.
Here.
Mr. Swanson.
Present.
President Close, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Another item, we don't need to take a vote at this time. It should be mentioned that the experts for agenda item K have a scheduling conflict and therefore need item K to be heard between 10 and 11 o'clock a.m. If needed later on, we may need to change the order of the board items for consideration, but we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it. Next item is superintendent's report. Is there any report?
Yes, good morning. Thank you, President Clough.
Good morning.
Superintendent Horn's March report. The superintendent hopes that charter school educators will take a much needed rest during the spring break at schools and refresh for the remainder of this important school year. He offers an update this month on the Arizona Charter Schools program grant at ADE. The Arizona Charter Schools program has met its goal of awarding 40 schools, 8 per year, over a 5-year period. It has received all its funds from the U.S. Department of Education to support its activities. Recently, Arizona Charter Schools awarded with remaining project years are eligible to be supported through successful application of no-cost extensions to continue their work. In the past, the program has been able to apply for a new grant to the Department of Education directly to support Arizona charter startups, replications, and expansions while it continues to close out its previous grant. Under new rules, that is no longer possible. Arizona charters will be able to apply directly to the U.S. Department of Education for this federal funding. That concludes the superintendent's March report. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you very much. Ashley, do you have a report?
Do, and good morning, President Close, Vice President Montier, and board members. As an update on the board's legal matters with regard to Parkview School, the board has received the signed termination agreement from the charter holder, and therefore this issue will no longer go in front of the Office of Administrative Hearings. As for the other two legal matters with Arizona Education Solutions and Pinnacle Education Keno, both are in ongoing discussions. Arizona Education Solutions has been placed on today's agenda, and I hope to be able to provide additional information at the board's April meeting regarding Pinnacle Education Keno. Board members, do you have any questions with regard to those legal matters? Okay. And moving on, as always, I provide you updates as to the amendments and termination agreements that have been approved the past month or since our last board meeting. Since our last board meeting, we have had 0 surrenders or terminations actually approved. We had 0 AOI or Arizona Online Instruction Amendment requests approved. I have signed 58 amendments between the dates of February 11th and March 10th. And just as a reminder, those amendments are more technical in nature. They're looking at charter holder governance and school member changes, potentially mission and instructional days amendment requests, those types of things. Our A team has been very busy. They have completed 8, 5, and 10-year reviews, 4 renewals, and we have done 25 pop-ins in the month of February. President Close and board members, are there any questions with regard to that item? Okay, and President Close, that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, and thank you to your staff for all the hard work you guys do. I just wanted to say, hopefully I have the most recent updated agenda, but if I ever stray from what we're supposed to be doing, please, Ashley, step in and let me know. Thanks. Okay, next item is call to the public. No requests to speak were received. However, there was one written public comment submitted for agenda item M2A. The written public comment has been posted on the board's website with the board materials. Moving on to agenda item G, presentation by the Arizona Charter Schools Association.
Excellent. Chairman Close, thank you very much. Can you guys hear me okay? Or President Close?
Good morning. We can hear you fine.
Okay,
I
great.
can, at least.
Thank you very much for having us today. We're going to be really brief. I know you all have a very long agenda, but we're grateful for the time, and we're going to get right to it. I first do just want to be remiss if I didn't say thank you again for your service on this board. I know it's a lot of time, effort for no pay, but so you're doing it because you care, and so we're very grateful for that. I also just wanted to give a shout out to member Swanson. He was recently recognized for his philanthropic efforts in Arizona beyond just this board, which is, I think, an indication of all he does in our community. So congratulations, member Swanson. We're going to go over just a really quick data presentation today. In talking with Ashley a little bit, we, as you all know, I think, have a data sharing agreement with ADE. Superintendent Designee Miller, thank you for, please extend our gratitude to ADE and to the superintendent for that agreement. But we're able to look a little bit into aggregate data and just see how charters are doing and K-12 is doing in general. If you don't know, Kelly Powell, who works with me, my colleague here at the association, is probably as good a data person as there is. And he's great at sort of slicing and dicing and looking a little bit behind the curtain over how students are doing. So we're going to take 2 minutes today just to give you a brief snapshot of that. And if you have any questions or any members of the public who may be tuning in, have any questions, we're always happy to discuss those too. So I'll stop there. Kelly, and turn it over to you.
Thanks, Jake. Am I audible? Can you hear me?
You are.
Excellent. Well, thank you, President Close and members of the board. I'll just jump into it. I usually show a slide like this to remind us of what's going on with the larger Arizona scene. This slide shows a birth rate and death rate for Arizona for the years 1970 to 2022. This is a rate. I usually just show the raw numbers, but this is actually the number of births and number of deaths divided by the total population in Arizona. And you can, to get you oriented, we'll start with the black line. You can see the deaths are fairly constant. They go up and down a little bit until we hit the COVID years, and then we had a remarkable spike, but it looks like it's headed back down, which is good. As for births, you can see they were much higher in the early 70s. This was prior to new fertility technologies and public policy related to births. But the birth rate stabilized between the mid 70s and only the slight downward trend up to the 2000s. Once we hit the Great Recession, you can see it was a major bump in the road for the number of births in Arizona, and we still are in what a cycle we call the baby bust. We are not producing a replacement number of folks, and without immigration into the state, we would be losing ground fast. Next slide, please. So these are the overall test scores for the state of Arizona. This is all public schools. And you can see in the upper left-hand corner, the English language arts scores show that we've pretty much recovered after the COVID learning loss. We've gone up, we're almost to the level of 2019 scores in English language arts. Mathematics is a different story. The state, and not just Arizona, but the big picture is pretty much all states unexpectedly suffered more in mathematics than they did in English language arts. And we see that here. We are still recovering, moving in the right direction, but we still have a long ways to go in mathematics. Not shown on this are the charter numbers. And for all of the years shown, if you could just picture a bar that's about 5 to 6 points higher, the charter schools have outperformed the state averages across all of these years, pretty much across all groups and grade levels as well. But last year in 2022, charter ELA percent passing was 47%, so about 6 points higher than the state average, and 38% in mathematics, so 5 points higher there. Similar pattern though, we are still in the recovery mode in mathematics, but it's moving in the right direction, and that is good news.
Hey,
Next.
Kelly, could I just add one thing to that? And we could spend an hour going over all this when you all have such a busy agenda, but I think when we look at the charter data, the thing that we're really proud about is it's almost in every subgroup. So if you look at Latino kids or African-American students, or low-income kids, or geographic diversity within the state, and you know, we got a lot of work to do, and certainly you know, nothing is a panacea, but I think that's really bodes well for our schools and the regulatory structure you all have created, and the commitment to our folks on really trying to move the needle for those kids. So just a side note.
Thanks, Jake. Yeah, incredibly consistent, the gap, and it's, like I said, it keeps chugging along. The next slide shows the number of schools by letter grade category from 2022. The left-hand side shows the raw number, and then the right-hand side shows the relative percent for the sectors for charters and districts. You can see charters and districts had about the same percentage of or proportion of A's. Charters were a little bit higher in the B schools, and also at the bottom of the chart, a little bit higher in the F's, although there's not that many. And I'm sure there'll be stories discussed about that today later on. But the grade structures for 2022 were strange, being part of the ATAC committees. We did not have a full complement of measures that we have had in the past, namely the growth measures. We only had one of them, and it was disproportionately weighted compared to proficiency. So we had fewer A's than we typically do, but it's scheduled to normalize, I guess is the word, or to bring those measures back in this year. So we will see how the other state board moves on that, but I think it did disproportionately affect our A ratings. Next slide. And then I just want to give you a quick heads up. Next slide, please. Our education evaluator has been kind of static and broken out on our site, and we're getting ready to deploy this version of it. And this is just when you enter the education evaluator, when it's posted, you'll basically have a statewide map, then a bunch of categories off to the left. You'll be able to select one or more of those categories to basically pare down your selection. It will tell you in the upper right-hand corner the number of schools selected. Here it shows 22 schools selected for the city of Avondale is the selection criteria. And if you then click on the info table, which you don't have to do on the slide, but if you can go to the next slide, you'll see what the information table looks like. It shows basic information on those schools, and you'll be able to toggle back and forth, refining your selections and get basic information according to your criteria that you select. And of course, there's a alternative or an at-risk school indicator as well, if you want to just look at those schools and how they're performing. But yeah, we're getting ready to deploy this. Hopefully this week we'll have it on our site. But in the meantime, you can click that link in the bottom anytime you wish and take a look at it. And we're open to any feedback, since this will be done on a commercial piece of software. I'll be able to update it and make any changes you guys have. But that's all we have for you today. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions from the board? If not, thank you for all the information. It's enlightening.
Mr. President, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Have a great meeting.
Thanks, Jake. Have a good day. Okay, next item, G, or sorry. So letting the coffee still percolate here. Consent agenda, item H. Any comments on item H? Not, is there a motion?
This is Jessica. I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
There's a
And
motion
I'll
on the floor.
second.
Seconded by member Stratton.
Yes.
We can go ahead and take a vote. Aaron?
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton. Sorry, Mr.
Aye.
Stratton. Okay, thank you. Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close,
Aye.
motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item I, charter amendments. Start getting to the meat of this meeting here. So first item is number 1, GAR LLC, presentation by Lori.
Good morning, President Close, Vice
Good morning.
President Montier, and board members. GAR LLC has submitted new school amendment requests to add 6 new schools to its charter and to increase its enrollment cap from 2,000 to 3,000, all beginning in fiscal year 2024. The new schools would be located in Glendale, Phoenix, Maricopa, Tempe, and Yuma. The charter holder currently operates 2 brick-and-mortar campuses in Surprise and Peoria, offering a traditional alternative education program and a dropout recovery program. As a component of the dropout recovery program, the charter holder operates 6 learning centers to serve students in a face-to-face environment. The charter holder is asking to convert each of the 6 existing learning centers into brick-and-mortar campuses, allowing incorporation of the traditional alternative education program, specifically to serve alternative students aged 14 to 16 at those locations, along with the existing dropout recovery program students. The charter holder does not meet the staff recommendation criteria because assessment data for Student Choice High School is not included in the publicly available file from the Arizona Department of Education. Therefore, the charter holder cannot demonstrate that it performs at or above the performance of nearby schools at its existing and proposed locations. The charter holder provided additional internal data demonstrating the performance of its students in the 2 programs for the board's consideration. I'm available if you have any questions.
Are there any questions from the board right now for Lori? There are no questions right now. Is there a representative from the charter holder? Thank you there.
Good morning, President Close and members of the board.
Good morning.
My name is Samantha Thompson, and I have the pleasure of serving as Administrator for Leadership and Accountability at Student Choice High Schools. Joining me today are some of our leadership team. We have Amy Freeman, Administrator for Quality Services, Carolyn Erdaly, Administrator for Academic Services, Lauren Diesner, Administrator for Exceptional Students. And on behalf of everyone at Student Choice High Schools, we'd like to thank the board and the board staff for the opportunity to present our request today. We're asking you to convert our existing dropout recovery learning centers into individual brick and mortar schools. This will allow us to offer additional educational opportunities at the locations for students who do not need or qualify for a dropout recovery program. We're also asking you to approve an increase in our enrollment cap, which allows us to serve more students. And these changes will allow us to serve younger students and to better track data by each school. Student Choice are alternatives high schools and have been serving at-risk students in Arizona for 22 years. We operate 2 brick and mortar campuses and 6 dropout recovery learning centers designed to educate and assist disenfranchised students. Our brick and mortar campuses serve ages 14 to 22 and provide students a choice to enroll in a morning or afternoon session, requiring a 4-hour day, 5 days a week in attendance. And our dropout recovery learning centers only serve students 16 to 22 that have left the education system. Our goal is to convert the 6 dropout recovery learning centers into brick and mortar campuses in order to expand more in-person learning opportunities to include 14 and 15-year-old students. The 6 learning centers are already fully equipped, staffed, and serving DRP students on a daily basis. This will allow each learning center to uphold high standards for accountability and individual brick and mortar campuses. In 2020, during the pandemic, the National Alternative Education Association recognized our Surprise brick and mortar campus as an exemplary practice model school. It was one of 5 alternative high schools across the nation to receive this distinction. And this is a testament to the high standards that we hold for all Student Choice locations. With our steady growth over the last 22 years, the board has graciously granted us 2 enrollment caps to accommodate our passion and the community's need to serve high at-risk students. What makes Student Choice High Schools and Learning Centers unique are our wraparound services, which include our mentoring and our blended learning. Now, in addition to our certified principals and teaching staff, we have 19 mentors who serve our 2 brick and mortar campuses and 6 learning centers. The Student Choice Mentor has an average caseload of 105 students compared to the Arizona state average for school counseling that is 716 to only 1 counselor. All students are assigned a mentor upon enrollment where their relationship begins. Mentors work with students to create their individualized student success plan. To create this plan, academic and post-secondary goals are explored and action steps are created. The mentor monitors and stays in close contact with students throughout their entire journey at Student Choice. Mentors plan career fairs, guest speakers, life skills. They also facilitate field trips and college to college and trade schools. They also facilitate extracurricular clubs to prepare students for life after high school. Now, to meet the academic need for all students at our brick and mortar and learning centers, Student Choice High School employs learning coaches and certified teachers. Our staff implements an enriched blended learning model through independent learning, individual and small group instruction, and mandatory face-to-face priority standard lessons. Our blended learning program allows us to monitor and measure student proficiency, growth, and progress. Our teachers and learning coaches work together to provide students with the resources and support they need to be successful. Again, our goal here is to expand our in-person learning opportunities for disenfranchised youth and to ensure a higher level of accountability. Thank you, and we are here and available for your questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board right off?
This is Jessica. I have a couple questions.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Hi. So my first question is regarding your learning centers. Can you talk to me about which ones are performing better? If there are learning centers that are performing better than the other ones? And can you also talk to me about demographics at your learning centers, specifically the learning centers that are serving underserved populations?
Absolutely, those are great questions. Part of our goal is to be able to hold accountability to each individual site, which at this time, we're able to do internal data where we're having to disaggregate all of the learning centers that all fall under the Surprise campus. And at this time, we are able to pull our internal data from our Galileo benchmark test, our blended learning, and we can confidently say that the campuses that have our in-person learning are scheduled accountability for students to come on campus to meet those mandatory face-to-face lessons are the campuses that are performing higher than others, which includes our Surprise campus, our brick and mortar, and it also includes our Peoria campus, which is also our brick and mortar. And we're hoping to increase the needs of the students and be able to better serve them by being able to hold accountability by seeing each one. The other question you asked was to kind of talk about the demographics of each campus. And with our locations varied at all across the metropolitan area, the demographics of the students are very different based on where their locations are. We do have a high population of our Hispanic culture in multiple locations, including our South Croc campus at the Croc Center, South Phoenix, and at our Yuma location down in the far south in Yuma. And being able to support those demographics, again, will be helpful with the brick and mortar separation to be able to see the accountability and the data specifically.
Jessica,
Yes.
are you okay with that?
Yes, I do want a little bit more information. You spoke about your brick and mortar centers, which is fantastic. When I was asking the questions about the learning centers, I was curious as to which learning centers are better serving students, I guess. I'm not sure if I asked the question correctly. So maybe you could speak a little bit more about the learning centers, because that's what we're here to address at this point.
Sure, absolutely. Specifically the learning centers, when it comes to which one is performing better than the other, we definitely hold a team approach when it comes to goals and meeting the needs of each campus. As far as one performing better than the other, I can say that when it comes to looking at data, as far as our blended learning or our face-to-face lessons, we can see that when it comes to blended learning, they're all pretty much similar when it comes to the standards. When it comes to credits earned, we can see that our locations that have a higher enrollment at that location is going to perform more credits earned based on the student population. If anyone else wants to add to that, as far as,
No, I think that sounds good. Yeah, great.
Sorry, I don't mean to monopolize the questions at all. I just want to make sure I have a pretty good understanding. And the reason I'm asking the questions, just so you know, is that asking for six school increase is fairly unprecedented. So we want to make sure that
Thank you, Jessica. I was going to ask if you could kind of rationalize the.
I can, absolutely. I'm sorry. Yes, it's fairly unprecedented to ask for an expansion of 6 schools for the board. And really that is specific to the risk the board is going to take due to the limited data provided at this time. And I understand why the data is limited, but when we're looking at increasing schools, we just want to make sure that it's well thought out and that you're successful. We certainly want to make sure that it's in the best interest of the students. So when I ask the questions I'm asking, I'm not trying to hammer you at all or trying to catch you off guard. I want a little bit better understanding of the purpose behind moving from a brick and mortar to from a learning center to a brick and mortar, and the purpose behind such a large expansion as 6 schools, whereas you could have approached it from like a let's do 2 schools and then another 2 schools and see how things are going. So that's what I'm trying to understand. I hope that makes sense.
yes, absolutely. Thank you for clarifying the thought process. Oh, yes. Asking for 6 schools is huge, and we understand that. And we also, knowing that all of our learning centers are fully staffed and they are fully supporting students at this time, we also know that having them become their own brick and mortar will help us ensure that we keep our standards high and our bar high by being able to collect data to the specific school so that we can meet the need of what each school needs. Such as if one school needs more support with their Hispanic population versus another school needing more support with mentoring, and another school needing more support specifically with their standard and proficiency, we're going to be able to see that. Right now, all of our learning centers, all of that data is underneath the brick and mortar of Surprise. And with the 6 locations, including Surprise Campus, it is us really doing our best to disaggregate that data to really meet the needs of the students. And not only meeting the needs of the students for the data, but also understanding that there are students that we partner, or there are schools that we partner in those locations that because of our great partnership with the local schools, there are students that need a different place to go, a different alternative route that will become disenfranchised, including those 14 and 15-year-olds. And we would give that opportunity to continue that partnership with those local schools to support those students as well. And currently we're unable to do that of supporting the students, but also unable to disaggregate that data individually to really keep that bar held high with proficiency and mentoring.
Well, it sounds like you're doing amazing work. And I do have just one more question. So sorry. You had talked about in-person learning, and that I think we are finding post-COVID is huge. Can you talk to me about the success that you have, if there's maybe one school, two schools, all of the schools, I don't know, where you're seeing more in-person learning? And when I'm talking about the schools, I'm talking about your learning centers, not the brick and mortar school. So are you seeing more traffic, in-person traffic in certain areas? And how is that working as far as helping students be more successful?
I'd be happy to answer that if you'd like. So with speaking with teachers, that's one of the biggest improvements we've seen post-COVID with our blended learning is that kids are they're coming on campus. It feels like a campus. Teachers are being able to interact with students and build a relationship, which they felt they couldn't before. And it's mandatory. Students can't stay behind a computer. They have to interact with a teacher. And that's one of the big pluses is our campuses are booming. They have, increased presence on campus every day. And that's been a steady since we started blended learning all the way through. It just keeps building. So absolutely.
I can also speak to, the students that we serve in our dropout recovery program. They come to us with multiple backgrounds, that alternative status of, being a parent or full-time employment, and helping them stay engaged in school and having that flexible schedule as well, but also keeping this high standard set for them, because we want them to ensure that they have the learning they need for their pathway after their diploma. Is critical. And we can say that just our internal data has showed that last year, and you can speak to this too, but last year with our credits earned and our student progress was around 73%. And now with our blended learning and our mentoring married together to set that bar, we have exceeded that up to over 85%. In just a matter of 7 months that we've implemented this just this year. So we have high hopes that we don't even have high hopes. We know that this continued support of this mentoring and blended learning is going to show some definite results. And we just want to see it individual with our individual brick and mortar campuses so that we can better serve what's needed for them.
Thank you so much. President Close, I think we're done having it be the Jessica show. Anybody else have any questions?
Well, I was just going to make the comment that, first of all, thank you, Jessica, for your questions. I think they're really insightful, and they really kind of get to at least my biggest concern is that I think the conversion of these learning centers to 6 new schools is just almost intimidating in terms of its aggressive nature. But you guys are all doing a very good job, I have to say, and or at least from what I can tell. And as I understand it, this is more of a, it sounds like everything's fully staffed at all the at all of the learning centers, and this is more of an information type of disaggregation effort to help you guys figure out the data better. Is that accurate?
Yes, I think.
Okay. Personally, I would probably be more comfortable with a kind of a slow growth approach with maybe 1 or 2 new schools approved and then bring them all on over time. But that's just me. I don't know how the rest of the board is feeling. Are there any other comments from the rest of the board?
Mr. Swanson, I believe you're muted.
Hi, President Close. This is Jim Swanson. Hey, so I've been trying to follow this. I'm a bit confused and that's more my problem than all of your problem. But it sounds like you're doing good stuff, good things, and I've struggled throughout my career on the state charter board with alt schools and how do we really do the best thing for our kids and get them what they need and serve well. And one of the things that we have a hard time with is the data part. Like, how are we succeeding? How are we how are we doing for our kids? And it seems to me, if we grant this request, we're just going to further dilute the ability to see how we're doing. So right now, you're being successful, according to what you're telling us, doing what you're doing. So why wouldn't we just increase your ADM and not give you any more brick and mortar campuses? And you continue to do what you're doing the way you do it. And then we have a bigger pool of students where we may be able to get better data over time without even giving you brick and the additional schools. And by the way, I agree with President Close and Vice President Monteith on what they're saying about the unprecedented expansion of this. So that's kind of like, why do it at all? Because can't you do what you're doing today? Let's say we gave you no more brick and mortar. Could you do what you're doing today if we gave you just more ADM? And then secondly, and this is a question to staff, it seems to me some number of years ago, we had like kind of a mini implosion over schools that went above their enrollment cap, and we're 119 students above the enrollment cap. So I'd like somebody from staff to address that. But first, if the school could address kind of my question, why do this at all if we just gave you a higher enrollment cap?
Well, the one purpose to do this for the brick and mortar is to be able to disaggregate the data specifically for each school. However, you're right. We absolutely can continue to do the hard work that we're doing, and we can do to continue to do the success that has been happening. We will continue to do the continued success that we are currently doing, because that is what's best for students. And having an enrollment increase would absolutely continue to support that as well.
And Mr. Swanson, to go back to your question regarding enrollment cap, you are correct in that the charter currently is over their enrollment cap, but I think it is important to note that this is an alternative school. They're also operating a dropout recovery program, and so usually that enrollment is ebbing and flowing, and what we typically see is that sometimes those enrollments or that ADM can go down at the end of the year. But I wouldn't put that off to the folks at Student Choice, because they would know best. Their data in the past has shown that they have not been over their enrollment cap at the end of the year, but they would probably have a good estimate as to whether they would be over their enrollment cap. And then going to what the board has done in the past, where charters that do go over their enrollment caps, we understanding that there is a little bit of grace because there is quite a bit of change in the alternative space with enrollment. We do have a little bit of flexibility, but this charter has not been consistently over their enrollment cap in the past.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments from the board?
Yes, President, I have a couple of questions.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to, this is Wendy speaking. Thank you to this team. I feel like there was a lot of school provided data that helped to navigate the work you've been doing. I appreciate the alternative environments and, reaching out into our community and serving students that maybe would go unserved. One advantage I could see to the current request is, an increased diversified transparency, since each site would ultimately then potentially fall under the alt school label requirements versus it all being housed in the Surprise campus. To clarify, it is all currently, all these sites are reporting under Surprise. Is that right, student team? Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
So I did have two questions. In that student population demographic breakdown, I was slightly surprised, and it may be due to the lack of data that we're able to receive currently from the department, but I was a little surprised on some of the subgroups. The ELL population and special education population, 4% and 8% seemed to surprisingly low based on the population you're serving. So I was hoping you could speak to that. And then a secondary question, I think President Close addressed it already, was staffing and infrastructure. Obviously, we're all struggling to find folks right now. So with kind of a rapid expansion plan, I just wanted you to speak a little to the infrastructure or staffing that might already be in place. Thank you.
Yes, I can speak to the staffing. We mentioned before that we employ our what we call learning coaches, and these, because of the teacher shortage that you mentioned and the the shortage where we're having to find highly qualified teachers, and we also set the bar high with certified teachers, that we also employ our learning coaches, and these learning coaches team together with the certified teachers to support the academic need of the students. And with that, they work together both with their independent work, their online learning, their independent learning, and their face-to-face lessons. So yes, there is a teacher shortage, and to combat that, we keep that bar high with certified, but we also support that with the learning coaches that that are included as well. We also have certified principals at every location, so they're fully staffed with administration. And we also have the mentors at each campus as well to support the life skills and the post-secondary needs that they require after they graduate.
Thank you. And then were there any comments on the ELL and special education subgroup?
Yeah, I can address the EL population. So at each of our sites, there is an EL lead responsible for testing and assessing and monitoring students. We do have many students who come to us that have previously had an EL need that need to be reassessed. However, because most of those are in our dropout recovery and many are working full-time, are parents and are working remotely, it's very, very difficult to get them to come in to be reassessed. We do currently monitor and test all of our identified EL students, and they get that specialized instruction from those EL leads at each site.
And then I can speak on behalf of our students that are found eligible for special education. So many of the students that come to our district or our charter, many of them have found that they may not feel there's a need for specially designed instruction, which is provided by an individualized education plan, also known as an IEP. So depending on the data that we have available for our students, many of our students will transfer to a 504 because they are needing accommodations rather than that specially designed instruction. When we have a meeting, we will only make that decision as long as the data supports that an IEP is not needed. So many of our students coming in, we have a lot of the universal accommodations already provided, such as text-to-speech, smaller group, I'm trying to think of something, extended time. That's already provided universally at our charter. So a lot of the students as well, being that they are adult students, can advocate to revoke their consent for special education. And as long as the data supports that and is a team decision, we will happily grant that to our adult students.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, for all the data you guys provided.
President Close, can I
Sure, Jim.
hop back in? And maybe Member Miller can help on this, or somebody from Student Choice. My view, what I'm thinking is that, correct my thinking, I'm thinking that by expanding the number of schools, we're actually diluting the power of the data, because you're going to get more asterisks and stuff that isn't reported and so forth. You may have better data geographically, I suppose, but I think these kids are probably fairly mobile and so forth. So it's remains lost on me at why we may need to deal with the enrollment cap, but it's lost on me why we need to add these new schools and the burden on the charter board of monitoring all those additional locations.
Student choice? You all have any comments?
Absolutely. Sorry. Yes, absolutely. Just understanding the clarification of the thought process that if we convert our learning centers to brick and mortar, the data that we'll be able to collect will be more specific to that location and that demographics and the needs of those students, where they are currently all under the Surprise campus, which being able to really hone in and see what our Yuma campus needs versus our Tempe campus or our South Phoenix campus can be difficult to separate that data, knowing that it all comes under the Surprise entity, the brick and mortar, and being able to house and support 14 and 15-year-olds where our partnering schools are able to give options for students who may become disenfranchised and leave the education system altogether. They would have an opportunity to get support, something different, an alternative option with student choice.
How's that, Jim?
Okay.
Well, Jessica, before you ask questions, so could you all as student choice just bear with me and can we walk down this path a bit? So you're all fully staffed. If we were to grant you 6 new schools, would you have to hire new personnel, new staff? Would there be a significant change of procedures or addition of any additional infrastructure support?
No, we are fully staffed. All of our learning centers are currently working and successful. The only difference that we would be implementing would be the attendance piece, the requirement for the 14 and 15-year-olds, which we already have systems in place at our other brick and mortar campuses that we would mirror, and that would become the same, which there would be minimal change as it comes in regards to a system that's already in place. Our current staff, administration, teachers, and mentors, they are fully trained and ready to accept 14 and 15-year-olds, including the attendance requirement that would be in place at a brick and mortar.
Okay, thank you. And Ashley, I'm assuming you might be the appropriate person to ask. Would there be an additional burden on the staff if there were 6 new schools rather than just the one right now?
So,
in terms of, go ahead.
Close and board members, for any school that is approved for the board, we would be doing site visits of those schools. So yes, in that sense, we would have additional workload because we'd be needing to do a site visit, and then any amendments that would need to be submitted. But that would be the only additional resources needed from board staff.
Okay, all right, thank you. Jessica, did you have any questions or comments? I saw you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment. It feels like way back. I don't know if it was way back or not. But when student choice was discussing the different areas that are underserved, I think that we need to pay close attention to that, particularly Croc and Yuma. Because Yuma, my understanding is that Yuma is very underserved. And so if we're looking at the adding in 14 and 15-year-olds, just want to put this out there for the board to consider. That might be something that would be beneficial to have a brick and mortar school, as opposed to a learning center, particularly in underserved areas, which is why I asked the question that I asked.
Thank you, Jessica.
President Close, Member Montier, I don't know if this is helpful, but if you were to need it, we did pull the nearby schools for each of the learning centers. Some of that information is not included in this month's summaries due to some of the redaction issues in the ADE data file. We did the best with what we had, but if you're interested in knowing kind of what the options are in those areas, I can share that with you.
Please.
Okay. Do you want to ask about any specific locations, or do you want me to give you the full gamut?
Jessica, do you have any preference to begin with?
I mean, for me, the most important would be underserved.
Okay. I think then what I would mention is that the Maricopa location has 0 alternative school options within a 2 or 5 mile radius. The Yuma location has 1 B-rated alt option within a 2 mile radius, and that is the only other alt option. I would say those are the most underserved. Tempe does only have 4 schools within a 5 mile radius that are all rated a B, but only 1 B school within a 2 mile radius. And then the numbers go up from there. So I'm happy to provide the additional information, but I think that's an answer to the question that you've asked, Member Montier.
Thank you so much, Rachel.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
President Close, I'd just like to jump in and follow up real quick. This is Wendy.
Sure.
To the dialogue with Member Swanson regarding data and transparency. I do believe that any organization, which from the materials provided, the multi-year plan provided by Choice School, can do their internal data and just, disaggregate it for each school quite easily, right? So the Galileo tools, those benchmarking tools, the team itself can see how the different campuses are performing. In general, the alt school label for each individual brick and mortar campus would be significantly more specific than data necessarily received from DRPs. There's more required from a brick and mortar school. So just to clarify, are there students being seen in person at the DRPs, or are those purely a hybrid or online model?
Yes, they are all seen in person. We support the blended learning where students are required to come on campus or do a face-to-face lesson with specific essential standard lessons, and also meet with their mentor. So yes, they are face-to-face, but we work with the students and the flexibility of their needs, but that is a requirement. And just to support the question prior to as well, just the understanding of if we had our brick and mortar schools currently at our learning centers, we can't support the 14 and 15-year-old students. And by becoming brick and mortar, those 14 and 15-year-old students will be able to attend and have that option, which would support the schools that there are no alternative or low alternative schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
President Close, I have a quick question, Christina Foster. Had there been any consideration to do a phased-in approach to this? Just curious from student choice.
Absolutely. That definitely was consideration as far as a few schools versus all, but with our systems in place and the data that we're able to pull now, we are ready to support 14 and 15-year-olds. We are ready to be able to see the specific data to really hone in on what the campus needs. We're fully staffed. We're ready to go. There isn't any change that would take place other than being able to meet the needs of the students that need an alternative setting.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board?
Really quick, this is Ms. Barr. I'm concerned because I keep hearing, oh, we need to get the specific data from each campus. But I mean, there's Galileo testing and such. So I guess I understand that, the wish to expand, increase the enrollment cap, certainly start serving 14 and 15-year-olds in the area is important. But I mean, I don't think a separate school is required in order to find information about your own school that you are currently serving. My children are in charter schools, and I just filled out 3 different parent surveys for them as well. So I guess my question is, why do you need a separate school to learn about your own school? Is there any additional testing other than Galileo? Are you sending out parents or, even student surveys? How do you generally gather data for your school? Since you keep saying that, we can't get data until we have our own separate school.
Good question and good clarifying thought as well. And we can get the separate data for each school. It takes obviously hard work and we're willing to do that. The specific schools would allow us to have the data more efficiently and also be able to see that separation, that data more specifically with each letter grade and the specific data that's included. We can absolutely separate the data internally with our own data, and we have been doing that. Being able to have the separate schools would just be more efficient, where we may be able to put our efforts towards the needs of the students individually. But yes, we absolutely can do that, and we are doing that now. Hoping to do it more efficiently if the need arises, which it could be.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Well, I'm just going to go ahead and step right in here and give my opinion at this point. So to the student choice people, I just want to let you know, as board members, there's a number of charters, hundreds of charters around the state. And as board members, we're not intimately familiar, even though we may want to be, with every one of you. We see a proposal like this where you want to convert learning centers to six new schools, brick and mortar schools. And it's obviously we're going to have questions and concerns. I have to say that personally, I am right now of the inclination that I think you're ready to do this. I'm still leaning a bit toward maybe like a slow rollout, but you have impressed me. I think you're doing a good job. And I was more concerned about any ramp up that you would have to do, but it sounds like you're pretty well ready to go. On the other hand, I was concerned about additional burden to the state staff. And it sounds like there would be some, but not overwhelming. So I think right now if I had to choose, I would probably say, let's approve 2 new campuses, 2 new schools, and then you can come back next year. We do 2 more, and then year after that for 2 more. But I would like to reserve the opinion that I think if push came to shove, I think you might be ready to go ahead and do all 6. Mm-hmm. That's just my opinion. I don't know what the rest of the board is feeling. Are there any additional comments from the board?
This is Ms. Barr, and that is certainly the impression I'm getting as well. Do it slow. I am concerned, of course, financially with kind of overburdening with 6 new schools. But I think 2 is certainly doable in a school year. And if you come back, next year with the data that supports, hey, we did it, we're successful, let's move right along, then that's something we could look at in the future.
Thank you, Board Member Barr.
This is Board Member Foster. I was in the same mindset as you, President Klaus and Barr also.
Thank you.
President Klaus.
Yes.
I can't get over my, I don't think they need any, but that's where I'm at.
Understood.
And more.
And President Klaus. President Klaus, this is Board Member Stratton. Yes. I would support a phase-in approach like one you articulated. I think they're doing great work and want to be as helpful as possible, but also want to be mindful of the challenges and the precedent that this sets and other things as well. So I would favor the incremental approach at this time.
All right, thank you. And I guess I would just like to also add that based on Rachel's comments, I would probably suggest the Maricopa and Yuma sites as being the first two to be approved.
This is Jessica. I agree with you, President Close. And I also appreciate the need for serving 14 and 15-year-olds, which I understand where Board Member Swanson's coming from. It does seem like why, but the need to serve 14 and 15-year-olds is, in my opinion, best interest for students.
Thank you. Any additional comments from the board?
President Close, I agree in an incremental phase out, targeting those populations most in need.
Perfect, thanks. Anyone else? Is there, are we ready to have a motion?
Yeah, this is Jessica. I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to approve the request to add Student Choice High School Maricopa and Student Choice High School Yuma to the contract of GAR, and to increase the enrollment cap of GAR from 2,000 to 2,600 to allow for roughly 300 students per new school.
I'll second.
Seconded by Board Member Stratton. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Aaron?
Absolutely. Vice President Montier?
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Barr?
Aye.
Dr. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz?
No.
Mr. Stratton?
Aye.
Mr. Swanson?
Present.
I'm sorry, is that?
I can vote just present, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. President Close?
Aye.
Motion passes through majority.
Thank you. Congratulations, Student Choice, GAR LLC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. We look forward to seeing you again. Next item. Pinnacle Education. We have a presentation from Shannon. Yeah, oh, so I'm sorry. Yeah, we have because of the time issue, we have Ashley. Who do we have to see now? Which one is it?
It's going to be school-specific academic goals for AZ autism, and we do need to take a vote to change the
agenda
items in consideration. And this is due to the experts being available at this time.
So which item is that then? Item K, right? Was it K? I'm trying to find this.
Correct. Yep. We would need to move item K to consideration after I1. Jessica.
So this is Jessica. I make a motion to move item K to item behind item 1, or excuse me, I1.
And I'll second that motion.
Seconded. Go ahead and take a quick vote here, Aaron.
Absolutely. Vice President Montier?
Yes.
Superintendent Designee Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Barr?
Aye.
Dr. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz?
Aye.
Mr. Stratton?
Aye.
Mr. Swanson?
Aye.
President Close?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. So now we'll do item K, presented by Joanna.
Yes, good morning, President Close.
Good morning.
Superintendent Designee Miller and board members. Today you will hear from Arizona Autism Charter Schools Incorporated, which operates schools that have served a unique student population since 2014. The charter holder is petitioning the board for the use of the school-specific academic goals for 2 of its schools, Arizona Autism Charter School serving grades K through 5, and Arizona Autism Charter School Upper School Campus serving grades 6 through 12. The goals proposed by the charter holder were developed to address the needs of the students they serve that require personalized instructional support for students at greatest risk of getting left behind, as well as those working above grade level, or for the students that have been severely impacted by autism, as well as other special needs for whom traditional standardized curriculum and assessments are not reliable indicators of progress or skills. In June of 2016, the board approved the school-specific academic goals policy, which allows a charter holder that operates a school serving a special student population that does not have an achievement profile for state accountability based on its unique student population, the opportunity to petition the board to adopt unique school-specific academic performance standards based on the board's eligibility criteria. The charter holder serves over 90% students with disabilities in all of its schools. Currently, we have few schools in our portfolio that would be eligible for these goals, and this charter holder has been approved for school-specific academic goals for fiscal years 2018 and 2019. Today, board staff is requesting that the school-specific academic goals be considered for fiscal years 22, 23, and 24, a total of 3 years. In developing these goals, board staff and representatives of the charter holder participated in the A-Game Student Responsive Goals process for the first time. A-Game means assessing global access, academic, mission, and equity. This process included multiple meetings with each school's team, board staff, and the A-Game team's directors, Naomi DeVoe and Dr. Jody Ernst. During these meetings, the school provided 3 years of prior data and research of the validity and reliability of the assessment tools, metrics, and targets were conducted by the A-Game. Through this work, the full team established unique goals for each school. We intend to continue using this collective process under the board's school's academic goals policy. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have for me first or throughout this agenda item. The charter representative, Deanna Diaz, is on the call today, and potentially other school staff members that participated in the process. Accordingly, if you have any questions for Ms. DeVoe or Dr. Ernst from the A-Game, they are here today as well.
Thank you, Johanna. Any questions from the board? If not, is there a representative from the charter? Ms. Diaz, I believe.
Yes, this is Diana Diaz Harrison, and I am here and available to answer questions.
I think it's pretty straightforward. You know, this is I think your request fits exactly what this allowance was made for. So, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, are we ready to go ahead and make a motion?
This is Jessica. I move to approve the school-specific academic goals proposed by Arizona Autism Charter Schools, Inc. as presented and direct staff to incorporate these goals into the contract for the 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24 fiscal years and to use them for the following schools: Arizona Autism Charter School and Arizona Autism Charter School Upper School Campus as measures on the school's academic performance dashboards in place of the A through F letter grade accountability measure for the specified fiscal years.
Hey, thank you. There's a motion on the floor.
I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Board Member Stratton. Additional discussion, hearing none. Take a vote. Aaron?
Vice President Montier?
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Barr?
Aye.
Dr. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz?
Aye.
Mr. Stratton?
Aye.
Mr. Swanson?
Aye.
President Close?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. And thank you to Arizona Autism Charter Schools. Thank you for your time and all your effort. We'll go back to the regular agenda now. So item 1, I2, Pinnacle. Is that correct? Presented by Shannon.
Good morning, President Close, excuse me, Vice President Montier, and members of the board. Pinnacle Education Casa Grande, Inc. has submitted an amendment request to add methods consistent with a dropout recovery program to its program of instruction. In order to amend the charter contract, the charter holder is required to submit a program of instruction amendment request. Approval of the request by the board is a prerequisite for the Arizona Department of Education in approving the operation of a dropout recovery program. And I am available for questions if you have any.
Any questions from the board? If not, is there a representative from the charter holder?
Yeah, this is Mohammed Padilla.
Good morning.
Good morning. Dear respected chair and other board members, again, my name is Mohammed Padilla. I'm a charter representative of Pinnacle Charter School, Casa Grande. By profession, I'm a certified public accountant and forensic examiner. Almost 15 years, I'm involved with the educational institution in the state of New York and the state of Arizona. The last 10 years, I'm serving as a governing board member of Pinnacle Board of Charter Schools. As you are aware that we are alternative schools and our niche of students resided in financial distress neighborhood in Casa Grande. Most of our students belong to the first generation born or grown up immigrants. After COVID-19, we all are aware and witnesses that 25 to 30% cost of living has been increases. Due to significant inflation, numerous of our students left their education and working in construction industry like Home Depot type stores and helping their parents and own families to bring food on kitchen tables. These children are unable to spend 5 hours every day and obtain education by attending school site. In addition, the amount of dropout programs has been increases as we heard that Casa Grande district is in verge of closing or closing their DPR program. Since last 20 years, Pinnacle keep open its arm and doors, especially for those students when district schools closing their doors on them for different reasons. Therefore, on behalf of my charter, I'm requesting to all of you, authorize and aid DPR program in our charter school. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any comments?
This is Jessica.
Jessica?
I have a couple questions. So can you talk to me about the safeguards or measures that you have in place to verify that graduates meet standards for graduation? Basically, we just want a little bit more, sorry, I don't mean to speak for everybody. I'd like a little bit more we would like a little bit more clarification on how you are going to ensure that students are meeting expectations for graduation, that they are, showing up, doing what needs to be done, and getting the services that they need, particularly with this special population that you're talking about.
See, as far for our current school situation, we have the pre and post assessment. Whenever the students coming in our schools, we are taking pre-test examinations, and after they completing their course, we taking the post examination. So we see that how much the improvements, especially for these kids, they have the issues for the attendance. They are unable to come to schools on a daily basis because they are working full time. So we have the arrangement, we made the arrangement to teach them online, as well as we have the arrangement that they can come in our schools twice a month, 3 times in a month, and they have the teachers as well as the mentor. They can help them directly by creating personalized learning plan.
Sorry, this is Jessica again. Thank you for sharing that information. How are you going to change the model of services under the program to better serve this population? I guess my concern is I understand that these students are working, and I understand that they have other areas of importance, at least as far as they're concerned in their lives, some things that are maybe more important to them than education. But as we've seen, in-person learning is incredibly important. I'm not saying it's the end all be all, but it's definitely important to see the students and make sure that they're doing well and catching up with them that way. So it sounds like they have the option of attending in person, and it's not maybe a requirement. So can you talk to me about what that looks like as far as efficacy goes to make sure that they're doing what they need to do?
See, as far as they can come in the school at any time. And we expect them that they come at least 4 times in a month. At least once a week they come and they meet with the course coordinator. They can meet with the teachers. They can meet with the mentor. This is the attendance. As far as we have the intervention, direct intervention we have doing continuously with the telephone. We have a plan to do using the telephones, websites, and direct email systems. So we will use different technological tools to contact with them on day-to-day basis or weekly basis or 3 times in a week. So this will be, we are continuously contact with them. And as far as the attendance, they have to come in school at least once a week.
Jessica?
That pretty much answers my questions.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Everything kind of froze for me there for a second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, any additional questions?
This is Ms. Barr. So a lot of these students, as you mentioned, they've had to drop out. They're supporting their families. Now, since they're only coming in person once a week, how do you plan on supporting them working remotely if they can't, afford a computer or internet services at their own? Is the school going to provide that for them? Does that just mean they have to go in person to the school to do their work? What's that going to look like as far as an infrastructure?
As far as the equipment, we'll provide them equipment if they need it. We will provide them equipment if they need it, as well as the interactions. So as I told you, we have the direct communication with them, and most of the kids, they have their cell phones. So it means they do not have the issue with the internet. Some students, maybe the issues for the computers, laptops, we can provide them.
Is that something you already have, or is that going to be added to a list of expenses?
Of course,
in
it
order to
will
expand?
it will be added on the expense.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions?
Yeah, this is Jessica again. Kind of piggybacking off of what Ms. Barr said, and I don't want to talk necessarily about the technology so much, but talk to us about staffing and how, I know you said you have a mentor and I know you said you have teachers, but how are you going to ensure that all of these students receive the education that they need and deserve, really?
See, we have, as you know, that we are running the schools the last number of years. We have to build up policies. We have the draft. We already draft the policies. As far as the employees, we already hire. We have the contract. We already contract with them. They will start from July, if you guys approve the this program. And we will talk with as far as the policies on the management level. We drafted the already policies, procedures, that what we will do, how we will follow. We have the step-by-step the procedures, and we can guide our accordingly teachers and mentors, and they will follow that in compliance with the Arizona education standard.
Okay. Additional questions? Can you all hear me?
Yes, President Close, we can hear you.
Okay, I just want to make sure. Wasn't sure if my internet was giving out. Any additional questions from the board?
President Close, I have a quick question.
Sure.
I believe it's probably buried in some of this data, but can you speak to your current graduation rate from your brick and mortar?
Good question.
As far as the number wise, if you can, right now we have the 15%. The reason for the graduation, as you know, most of the kids are socially promoted all their life. When they are coming in our schools, we helping to them one-to-one basis. We helping them, spending more hours. Although the requirement is 4 hours, we are doing 5 hours every day with the students. So they have the socially promoted all their life. So we are helping to them to improve their education level. As far as that they are behind in the cohort level 3 years, 2 years. So we are helping, and gradually we are doing those things with them. And current, after COVID especially, is within 15 to 20% graduation rate. Because they are not attending the classes, they are not coming. And continue they migrating because they are working. In fact, most of our kids are working part-time, full-time, and they have the issue of the attendance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments? Is there a motion to be considered?
Yes, this is Jessica. I move based on the information contained in the board materials and presented today to deny the request to change the program of instruction of Pinnacle Education Casa Grande for the reason that it seems as though what you're trying to do can be addressed through blended learning and not necessarily a dropout recovery program.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
This is Wendy. I second that.
All right, there's a second. Additional discussion? Hearing none. Take a vote. Aaron, please.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Sorry, I have a hard time clicking that. I'm gonna vote no.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes through majority.
All right, thank you. And then, so we've completed that item. We'll go ahead and move on to, where are we, item I, J, on to item J1, charter renewal for Academy del Sol. Presentation by Patty.
Good morning, President Close, Vice President Montreth, and Superintendent Designee Miller.
Good morning.
Academy del Sol Incorporated submitted a charter renewal application package on December 31st, 2022 to continue operation of Academy del Sol and Academy del Sol Star Valley. The charter holder has an enrollment cap of 750 and serves grades K through 8 in Tucson. As part of the renewal process, staff conducted an academic systems review using a desk review process with a virtual visit of Academy del Sol and Academy del Sol Star Valley on January 31st, 2023. During the academic systems review, specific areas of the charter contract were reviewed to ensure a charter holder is in compliance. As a result of the visit, the charter holder was required to submit an administratively complete charter holder governance amendment and submit an updated enrollment packet and family handbook demonstrating compliance with all statutes, rules, and policies related to enrollment of students. Each of these required submissions was timely received by board staff, and these issues are now in compliance. The charter holder currently meets the board's operational and financial performance expectations. However, it does not meet the academic performance expectations due to Academy del Sol receiving a D letter grade in FY22. Academy del Sol being identified for targeted school improvement for the subgroup of income eligibility students, and Academy del Sol Star Valley being identified for the subgroup of students with disabilities. I am available if you have any questions.
Any questions for Patty? Not, is there a representative from the charter holder?
Yes, board. This is Jason Rigert. I'm here.
Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Do you have any comments to make?
Just that I appreciate the board's the opportunity this morning to try to renew our charter. Academy del Sol has been working vigorously at our Roger campus to get our letter grade up. Of course, the past couple of years with COVID and with our high number of students who receive free and reduced lunch, we are still trying to push to get back where we were in improving our grades. And we are showing improvement in our in-house data that we're hoping we can show to the board as well as move forward.
All right, thank you. And any questions from the board? Any comments?
This is Jessica. I have a question.
Jessica.
How does your charter plan to improve climate and culture? And I'm asking if you could speak specifically to your integrated action plan goals and your comprehensive needs assessment.
So this is Kim Stark. I am also a representative from Academy del Sol. I am happy to speak to you about that. Of course, my dog started squeaking a toy right next to me as soon as it's my turn to talk. I apologize for that. So we send out parent surveys, we send out student surveys, teacher surveys to see to test the climate and see how things are going and what we need to do to work on that climate and culture. We have had less turnover than we had in years past. During COVID and whatnot, everybody stayed. And then once COVID was over, then it kind of opened up to, people moving around a little bit more. But this year we've had a lot less turnover with the teachers. And, we see that there's less turnover with the students as well when there's, the teachers are around and they're able to stay for longer periods of time with us.
And just to kind of go back to thank you very much for that, by the way, Kim. And that's why I came into the office and didn't stay at home, because I would have 8 dogs squeaking and barking. So on that one, it was just better to be here where it's quiet. Can you speak specifically about any goals that you have or any targeted areas on the climate and culture principle in your integrated action plan that you're going to put forth for next school year to kind of hold yourselves accountable?
Yes, I am pulling that up as we speak as well. So I know one of the things that our teachers have really requested over the time, and it was one of our goals, was to have mentor teachers and to be able to give the teachers the time that they needed to interact with each other and be able to get the support they need so that they are feeling confident in what they're teaching. As far as, one of our things was creating a school-wide common belief system, and, so that the teachers and staff and students and all of our stakeholders are all on the same page. And I feel like we're really getting back to that with, the farther we get away from COVID and the more we can get everybody to be able to interact with each other and come into the building, see our, arts programs and our academics, and get everybody in to see and to interact with one another again.
Jessica, is that adequate?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I have a quick question myself. So I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. So Academy del Sol has a D grade, but increasing enrollment. And Academy del Sol Star Valley has a B grade, but declining enrollment. Am I reading that accurately?
I believe that is accurate, but Star Valley is on its way back up. We did have a dip. Star Valley is located in an area that more students were able to stay home during COVID and the year after. So a lot of students disenrolled and went to online schools, and now they are trickling back in. Our pre-enrollment for next year is already up from our current enrollment at the Star Valley location. We previously were up to, 600 plus at that campus, and the Roger location was, a little bit 100, 150 if we, depending on where Star Valley was. But there seem to be more students that are able to go into the building at the Roger campus, and that at the Star Valley campus, there are more that have been financially able to stay at home and do the online programs and whatnot.
I see. Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board?
It's Jessica. One more quick question. So when we're talking about the blended learning model, I know you had mentioned as one of your goals was to get people into school and have them highlight programs and have that interaction. How is that? How do you plan to have that filter over into some of the online or maybe the blended learning models where you have students that still aren't coming on campus to help build your climate and culture?
So we don't have any students online anymore. The students that are online that's why our enrollment was lower. All of our students are in the brick and mortar in the buildings. So we do obviously have to combat when somebody comes down with COVID or comes down with some other disease that keeps them out longer. But all of our students are in the building. So we do get to see parents every single day. We get to greet them. We get to interact with them and set parent teacher conferences and have them come in and see the different activities that we have going on, sports and fine arts and the academic. We do a celebration of learning. So at the end of the quarters, the parents get to come in and see all of the interesting things their kids have learned throughout the quarter.
Thank you for that clarification.
President Close, can I jump in with a question?
Absolutely.
This is Wendy. Thank you so much for being here today at Academy del Sol. Can you speak a little bit to the curriculum that you have in place and then what internal benchmark progress monitoring you use?
Yes, so the curriculums that we use, so I'll do the internal benchmarking in first. We use Galileo, as a number of places do. We also this year are implementing, we had the same idea as Galileo with doing the pre-test, post-test, but we also are doing a mid-year test so we can see the growth throughout the year and see how our students are succeeding with the curriculum. The different curriculums that we have are the CKLA, so the Core Knowledge Amplify in ELA. We have Singapore and New York Engage, and I believe we also have Saxon as one of our programs that we have for math. And I forgot your question. So sorry about that.
No, that did effectively answer my question. Thank you. I have one follow-up question. You've spoken to it a bit, and I think we all experienced a downturn in COVID, but I'm curious to Vice President Montero's question more on culture, but I'm a little bit more curious on the academic side. Have you guys set some specific goals for getting some of these kids out of the mentally proficient zone?
We have. So we have the teachers, we get together and we look at the data and we look to see, who's doing what, where are we with this? We have the reading intervention programs in place because in all honesty, if the kids are struggling with reading, they're going to struggle with math because you have those word problems in there. So working on their reading fluency and comprehension and working specifically with them on the terminology that you will find on the tests. And I mean, in real life too, if I'm talking about the difference between something or, we need to be able to have our students understand that. And as we've all said, the downturn with COVID and the kids being at home and not being able to be around their peers and be in the building with the teachers. We definitely saw that with our now second graders that are, struggling with reading a lot more than in years past. But we have reading intervention and we have tutoring going on at both of our campuses as well. So the students are able to stay after school or during we have a built-in intervention time. So there's an hour built into every day that there's at least an hour that they are working on their reading intervention or their math intervention, so we can meet them where they're at and build them up to where they need to be.
And we have both of our schools do a walk to reading, and Roger specifically has a full-time reading intervention teacher who's pulling students, especially in that second grade, who unfortunately they did kinder online, which we found was an absolute horrible thing for our student population. And we've been trying to work on getting that group back up where they need to be.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? I think personally, I think a renewal will be fine, but I would suggest heightened monitoring, just given that D grade. Any other questions or comments from the board? Are we ready for a motion?
I agree with you, President Close. Therefore, I move based on a review of the information provided by the representatives of the charter holder and the contents of the application package to extend the charter holder's current contract through June 30th, 2024, approve the charter renewal application package, and grant a renewal contract to Academy del Sol, Inc., effective July 1, 2024, with heightened monitoring in fiscal year 2023 or 24. Sorry.
Thank you, Jessica. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Second by Board Member Stratton. Additional discussion? Hearing none. Vote. Aaron, please.
Absolutely. Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and move on. We did item K already. Okay, so item L is a precursor to compliance matters, item M. How's everyone feeling? Is everyone ready to keep plugging forward? Do you all want to take a break? No comments? We'll go ahead and plug forward. Item L. Ashley, did you have?
Thank you, President Close. President Close and members, for item L, we are considering, or the board is considering, the assessment consent agreement. This assessment consent agreement is going to be similar to all of our other agreements that the board has offered, in that it would be consistent to any school that the board does at a later time offer the consent agreement. And what this does is it is taking into consideration charters that did not assess or administer an assessment that is required by the State Board of Ed last fiscal year, so fiscal year 22. The terms of the agreement, like I said, mirror the other agreements, but the main terms of this assessment consent agreement would require that the charter holder administer all state assessments as required by the State Board of Education in FY23, this current school year, FY24, and FY25. So like our other consent agreements, this would be a 3-year consent agreement. And to reiterate what President Close indicated earlier, this is consideration of only the template for the consent agreement at this time, and then later on down the agenda, you will be able to hear from the charter themselves and then decide whether you'd like to offer the assessment consent agreement to the schools that are in this situation. President Close, with that, are there any questions?
Any questions for Ashley? If there are no questions, is there a motion?
This is Jessica. I move that the board adopt the assessment consent agreement as presented to the board and found in the materials of today's board meeting, and authorize the board president to approve and sign assessment consent agreements executed by charter holders without the agreements being brought before the entire board for approval at a subsequent meeting. I further move to direct staff to report to the board during regular board meetings those agreements that have been approved by the board president since the last board meeting.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Board Member Stratton. Additional discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. Aaron, please.
Absolutely. Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you. So having done that, we'll move on to item M. So these will be presented by Rachel. Rachel will do one introduction for this item 1. She will not do a staff introduction for each charter. Each charter will be given an opportunity to address the board. Board members may ask staff or the charter questions, and then separate votes need to be taken for each charter. And just given the nature of these items, I would encourage the charter holders to keep your comments to keep them brief if possible. Having said that, Rachel.
Morning, President Close.
Good morning.
Vice President Montier, Superintendent Designee Miller. Pursuant to Arizona Revised Statute 15-183E4, all charter holders are required to participate in the required state assessments as designated by the Arizona State Board of Education, or SBE. In fiscal year 2022, these assessments included the measurement of pupil achievement on the state board adopted academic standards in reading, writing, mathematics, and science. Board staff was notified by the Assessment Division at the Arizona Department of Education that during the FY22 testing window, 6 charter holders failed to administer one or more assessments. Board staff communicated the failure to administer each assessment to the appropriate charter holders, and each charter holder provided to staff additional information regarding the reasons for failing to administer the required assessments. Today, the board may take action as it deems appropriate or necessary under board rule for each of the following charter holders: Arches Academy, Discovery Plus Academy, EdKey Inc. DBA Sequoia Village School, Maricopa County Community College District on behalf of Gateway Early College High School, Nosotros, and Thrive Point High School Inc. An individual summary outlining each charter holder's issue, as well as the rationale for not administering the required assessments, has been provided for board consideration. Pursuant to Arizona Administrative Code R75601 and R75606, this action may include issuing a notice of intent to revoke a school's charter or entering into a consent agreement, as Director Berg just acknowledged. I'm here for any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Rachel?
Hi, Rachel, it's Ms. Barr. Are these all the same, the AASA exams?
It varies from charter to charter. So I will tell you that it is, for most of the K-8 charters, it is AZ-Sci. For some of our high schools, it is as well. For one charter, it is the ACT Aspire. One charter did not administer ACT Writing. This is actually the reason why, unlike the failing schools, which you'll see next, we wrote separate summaries for each of them because they weren't all exactly the same issue. I will share that each of these charter holders did test students in 22. They just didn't administer the full host of assessments that were required.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any more questions for Rachel?
Actually, I did just think of another one. Sorry.
Absolutely.
So in the past, and I don't know if you're the best person to ask this, what sort of action has the board taken? I mean, obviously we have new exams, and I understand that, especially coming out of COVID, everybody's still a little cattywampus. Traditionally, what sort of actions has the board taken as a result of missing these?
To our knowledge, Ashley and I did some historical look at this. We have only found one school that has, or one charter that has been in this situation before. It is our belief that that situation was slightly different in that that charter somewhat chose not to administer that assessment after communication with the Department of Education. It is also my understanding that at the initial board meeting with that charter, they were offered a consent agreement. And eventually they did enter into a consent agreement with the board. So we only have one set of precedent for this that was based into a consent agreement, as we are offering to these charters most likely.
Okay, thank you so much.
I think Rachel meant to say this. I'm so sorry, but just to clarify, the board originally issued a notice of intent to revoke and then went through settlement, and now that charter is under a consent agreement.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you all. Any more questions for Rachel?
Rachel, this is Board Member Foster. Quick question. Have all of the schools implemented action so that this won't happen again?
I unfortunately can't speak to that. I have received information from each of the schools as to why this did happen in the first place, and those are outlined in the summaries. I think that would be a great question to ask each school as they come before you today.
Thank you.
And Ms. Foster, just to add to that, Joanna Medina and I did meet with each charter beforehand to get a better understanding of the reasons as to why they did not, for one reason or another, administer at least one of the assessments or one of the required assessments. And in general, what I would say is the reason why they did not was because of personnel issues, confusion, potentially a lack of leadership support due to the pandemic. But every one of the charters, and I think they'll talk about this as well, every one of the charters mentioned how this will not happen again, what steps they had taken so that this will not happen again, so they won't be in this situation. And they were very adamant that they have put the necessary steps and safeguards into place so that the charter won't be here again. So I think that, like Ms. Hannah said, each of the charters should be able to speak to that as well, but do know that board staff did reach out to each of them prior to today to go over what happened and what steps they have taken since then, so that at least for FY23 that they will have successful administration of each required assessment.
Great, thank you. Any more questions for Rachel or staff? All right, we'll go ahead and start talking to the charters then. So is there a representative from Arches Academy?
Yes, I am Michelle Edwards. I'm representing Arches Academy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you have any comments?
Yeah, absolutely. Arches Academy is absolutely committed to all compliance with the state required assessments. The situation that led to our failure to do so in this past year was a one-off mistake that we immediately corrected. We have put our assessment back under the leadership of our previous test coordinator, who had achieved a 100% compliance in the previous year. So we are absolutely committed to 100% compliance, and we'll take whatever measures necessary to make sure that that occurs correctly.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for Arches?
This is Ms. Barr. What test again? I know each school misses
Right.
Which one did you guys miss?
For us, it was the science. We actually did, in fact, have a couple of our students. We're a very small school. We have only 9 students that were required to take that test, and 2 of them did in fact take that test. They were students who had been part of our micro schools off campus, and they had come in and done all of their testing at one time, and so they did take those tests. So there were 7 students that were impacted by this.
Okay, and in addition to switching test coordinators, what other fail safes are you planning on implementing for next year?
Well, we are absolutely dedicated to that calendar. Evidently, what had happened previously is our new test coordinator and I had sat down and made the calendar to make sure that all of the testing was done within the testing windows. At some point, that testing coordinator decided to make a change to the testing calendar without consulting those windows again and without consulting me. And so that new schedule had fallen outside the testing window for science. And so that's what led to the lack of testing for those students. So policies have been put in place that calendars cannot be changed without the all administrative consultation and approval, that those calendars are set in stone until they are reviewed and ensured that they are still going to be in compliance with the windows that are available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
This is Jessica. I move to find that by failing to administer all state required assessments in FY 2022 as required by the Arizona State Board of Education, Arches Academy, hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, has violated its charter contract and state law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regards to action taken against a charter holder that is not in compliance with its charter and state law. In effort to bring the charter holder into compliance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the assessment consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the assessment consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement, along with the governing board's minutes approving the consent agreement, are not received by the board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract.
Second, Carol Crockett.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Dr. Crockett. We have a motion that's been seconded. Additional discussion? Hearing none. Take a vote. Aaron, please.
Absolutely. Vice President Montier?
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Barr?
Aye.
Dr. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz?
Aye.
Mr. Stratton?
Aye.
Mr. Swanson?
Aye.
President Close?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right, very well, thank you. Moving on to item M1B, Discovery Plus Academy. Is there a representative from the charter holder?
There is.
Good
Good
morning.
morning. I'm Deanne Williams.
Good morning. Have any comments?
I also missed the Arizona Science Administration tests, administering the tests. So, and if anybody has any questions, I can answer that.
Very well, thank you. Any questions from the board?
This is Board Member Foster. Can you give us your action plan so that this does not occur again?
Yes, so I hired a third-party company so the issue was with some Chromebooks that I had purchased. I wasn't aware that I needed to have a separate domain set up with those Chromebooks in order to test on those. I only compared it to the specs of loading the test nav onto the Chromebook. So I already hired a third-party company. They have set up our domain for us, and in addition to that, I've also ordered new desktops for our computer lab so that they also meet the specs as a backup. So if something happens with the Chromebooks, then we have the testing lab set up with new computers that also meet the specs that are needed. So that would be our plan B.
All right. Any other questions from the board?
Yeah, this is Ms. Barr. how many students did you have that weren't tested, and do you have enough computers / Chromebooks in case you do have to resort to Plan B to cover everyone taking the standardized test?
Yeah, so I had 15 students that missed the test, and then 15 fifth graders. And then I have 63 Chromebooks at the time right now, and I have 10 desktops in the computer lab. So I can do half of the class one day for the testing session, and then half the other the next day if needed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any more questions from the board? There are none. Is there a motion?
This is Jessica. I move to find that by failing to administer all state required assessments in fiscal year 2022 as required by the Arizona State Board of Education, Discovery Plus Academy, hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, has violated its charter contract and state law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is not in compliance with its charter and state law. In effort to bring the charter holder into compliance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the assessment consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the assessment consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement along with the governing board minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's current contract.
Thank you, Jessica. Is there a second?
Second, Carol Crockett.
Thank you, Dr. Crockett. Additional discussion? Hearing none. Take a vote. Aaron?
Vice President Montier?
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller?
Aye.
Ms. Barr?
Aye.
Dr. Crockett?
Aye.
Ms. Foster?
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz?
Aye.
Mr. Stratton?
Aye.
Mr. Swanson?
Aye.
President Close?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Moving on. Item M1C, Ed Key. The representative from the charter here.
Good morning, President Close. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. This is Mark Plitzwhite. I'm the president and CEO of Ed Key Inc. Sequoia Village is one of our 7 high schools that we have, and they were the only one to miss the testing on the ACT Aspire. 22 students did not participate in the test because our new test coordinator that we had there actually helped them with the ACT practice test for college entrance. So there was confusion between ACT Aspire and ACT college entrance exam. So we do have a plan in place. It actually started in February we retained the same testing coordinator. So she was very apologetic to us for this mess up. But starting on the 21st of February, we had all students getting registered. 27th, during a freshman cohort meeting, they did a presentation on how the test would be administered, as well as a letter going home and an email going home to the parents notifying them of the testing windows. On the 1st of March, staff were trained on administering the ACT Aspire, and then testing will occur from April 4th through April 27th to meet the requirement. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Any questions? Doesn't sound like there are any. So Jessica, are you geared up to make another motion?
I'm ready. I move to find that by failing to administer all state required assessments in fiscal year 2022, as required by the Arizona State Board of Education, Ed Key Sequoia Village School, after referred to as the charter holder, has violated its charter contract and state law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against the charter holder that is not in compliance with its charter and state law. In an effort to bring the charter holder into compliance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the assessment consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the assessment consent agreement, or an executive copy of the consent agreement along with the governing board's minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by the board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's current contract.
Motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Ms. Barr.
Ms. Barr, thank you. Motion second. Additional discussion. Hearing none. We'll take a vote. Aaron, please.
Vice President Montieth,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
I would like to preface, I'm thankful that they already have a detailed plan in place. Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passed unanimously.
Very good. Thank you all. Moving forward, item M1D, Maricopa County Community College District. A representative from the charter holder. Do we have anyone from Maricopa Community College District on behalf of Gateway Early College High School? Ashley, if there's no one there, should we just go ahead and have a discussion and a vote?
I don't believe they are here either. I'm just taking another look.
Okay.
Ashley, I'm not seeing anyone that I know is associated with that charter on the list.
Yes, President Close, if you would like to, you can move forward with consideration.
Are there any questions or comments from the board? Is there a motion?
I just have a quick question, and Rachel, maybe you can answer this question. Do you happen to know what assessment was missed, and do you happen to know what the plan is, if you can speak to that at all?
I can speak to assessment and rationale. Ashley may be able to speak to plan. This is a unique one. So this charter holder failed to administer ACT writing. This charter in prior years had administered ACT to their students under their own contract with ACT and was not aware that they had to shift their administration to the state contract. As such, they administered ACT under their prior contract with, I believe it's the College Board, and as such, didn't administer the ACT writing assessment because it wasn't part of their contract. ADE initially notified us saying they didn't administer ACT at all. After many conversations, they were able to get those scores for the other tests from the College Board, but unfortunately, ACT writing was not administered to grade 11 students for this reason. Ashley may be able to speak to their plan moving forward. I know she spoke with them after I did.
Unfortunately, board members, I don't have the specifics as to what their plan to not be in the situation again includes, other than when talking to school leadership and the charter representatives, they did indicate that they have processes in place so this won't happen again, and they have taken efforts so that they do administer ACT under the state contract and not through their own individual contract. But other than that, I don't have any other specifics.
Hi, it's Ms. Barr. Is this a new charter? I mean, I feel like they've been around and there were no issues in the past. I'm sorry, I guess that really wasn't a question, except that I phrased it like a question. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, they've done contracted with other company, and then last time, did they send in their scores, or how did that work in the past?
Ashley, it has to do with how the state assessment was administered in prior years versus how the state assessment was administered in fiscal 22. Because I believe 22 is when it shifted to all schools being required. Okay, Ashley's nodding, so I'm saying the right thing. That when all schools were required to administer the ACT in prior years, there was that like menu of assessments where they could pick and choose. So that is where that shift came in. I will also share, I just checked with the education program manager on this charter. They do have a new school leader this year. So I believe that some of that may play into what their plan is moving forward for this charter.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That answered my non-question.
Thank you. Ashley,
President Close?
To clarify. Oh, I'm sorry. Jim, was that you?
President Close, thank you. I don't know what I would vote on if they don't take the time to show up.
That's what I was just going to ask Ashley. I know that you probably had discussion with them, Ashley, but we have 3 options in front of us. One is to issue notice of intent to revoke. Second is the consent agreement. And the third is to take no action. If we took no action, if we tabled this, is that really an option, I guess is my question.
President Close and board members, that would be an option to you. If you wanted to table it, we could bring it back at a different time if you would like that. You should know that we did, I had a conversation with them and let them know that they would be on the March 13th meeting. And then we did provide them with the formal notification last week as well, that they would be on the agenda.
Yeah, I would feel uncomfortable tabling this if they knew where they were supposed to be, when they were supposed to be, and they didn't. Especially considering the other charters who are here and who are speaking to it, and we're doing our plans. I think I'd feel a little uncomfortable. They don't show up, so we give them a grace period when they're already out of compliance.
Thank you, Ms. Barr. I mean, I was going to say, I was just clarifying whether that was an option, but it is disappointing that they're not here when the other charter holders are here, taking the time to be here. So go ahead,
May I ask
Jessica.
a question? I'm so sorry. Do we know why they're not here by any chance?
We do not. They were provided, I did just verify, they were provided the same notification at the same time that all other missed assessment schools were provided to both of the charter reps on file in the contract.
And did they give any type of confirmation that they received it and that they might be in attendance? Or
Shannon stated that she did not receive a response back. I will share that typically we don't receive a response to those emails. We are providing the Zoom link and kind of what to expect. Typically we don't receive a response, but she did share that she did not receive one.
And frankly, I'm disappointed as well. And there's really no excuse, because somebody can always send a representative and there's always somebody that can show up. So unless we're talking about a operation that has only one person and their entire staff, I see no reason or excuse.
I agree.
So then the question becomes, sorry, President Close, if I'm jumping the gun here, do we, so we have really 2 options at this point. It's sounding like option 1 is the intent to revoke, and option 2 is to provide an assessment consent agreement. But we don't really know what the plan is, right? So does it seem, I guess my question out there is, I don't know.
I would probably go with option 1 personally.
Okay, I just feel like we don't have a lot of info. I don't know. I'm open.
I'm right there with you, Jessica. are they going to do something? We don't know. So do we jump to?
Well, it seems very abrupt to issue a notice of intent to revoke when it's not a minor thing. Don't get me wrong when I say this, but this is a piece of a larger puzzle. So that's where I'm just not
Understood.
sure to move forward.
I would say, I would entertain a motion to intent to revoke, and then when that gets presented to them, they come back next month and maybe the discussion centers around, maybe that gets their attention, and that next month they come back and we say, okay, we'll do a consent agreement since you decided to show up this month.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Ruiz. I think that part of it, is it didn't show up, so we don't have anything really to act on for a consent agreement. And I think the other part also is just, establishing what the expectations are when you're coming before this board. I mean, we're a regulatory board. You don't just get to not show up.
I do think it sets a bad precedent if we don't do something.
I agree.
A little bit more.
I'm not disagreeing. I just wanted to make sure that I had a pretty good understanding of where everybody was coming from. So
President Close and Vice President Montier and board members, I just want to provide some additional information on what a notice of intent to revoke would entail, because that is a process that is established in rule. And once we issue a notice of intent to revoke, it starts catapulting us into another process. So I just want to make sure you're all aware that once we do issue that notice of intent to revoke, then there is timeframes as to when the charter needs to inform their parents and students that they are under a notice of intent to revoke. And then it also triggers a timing as to when they would likely need to appeal. But ultimately, that matter would be set and would be Vicki, our Assistant Attorney General, would work on calendaring that item in front of the Office of Administrative Hearings.
Could we do something like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at things and unmute myself, and that's apparently walking and chewing gum. Can we do something like a consent agreement with a caveat of you need to be at our next meeting or we are going to do this? We're going to take this next step. Would that be doable? Is that kind of outside the realm of practicability?
Member Barr, what we could do, if I'm understanding it correctly and what you're wanting to do, we could, the board could allow for the charter to enter into that consent agreement, and before signing that, or before the board president executes that agreement, that it be placed on the agenda for your consideration for approval of that consent agreement.
Well, essentially saying you need to be at our next meeting to speak to this, or we are going to,
we really do need to know what the plan is. Yeah. I agree with Ms. Barr. We really need to know what their plan is moving forward so that this doesn't happen again, because it is in violation of state law and the Board of Education. So we have to take it seriously. But I do like what you said, Ashley, about putting it in there that, we could enter into a consent agreement and they need to be present for the next board meeting.
Vice President Montiers, what you could do is offer the consent agreement to the charter holder. The charter holder would then need to bring that in front of their own board to approve it. So they would then sign it along with providing us those board minutes of approving it. And then that would be placed on the, let's say, the April or May agenda for your consideration. Then the full board would need to or the board would take a vote on approving that agreement or not, or execute on that agreement.
Right. I didn't mean to cut you off, because when we approved the assessment consent agreement, or when we adopted that, just a little bit ago, that it meant that the charters would not have to come before the board. So the language we would need to use with this motion, based on what I'm hearing from everyone else, is to say that we can offer a consent agreement, but it wouldn't be the assessment consent agreement, or would it be a modified assessment consent agreement where the charter has to come before the board and as opposed to it being approved just by you? I just want to make sure I understand the correct language to use.
I believe you could go with the same or similar language that you've been using for the other charters. However, add in there that in order to execute on that agreement, it needs to be brought back in front of the board for final consideration and approval.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
I just am not writing fast enough.
I can try to say the language again.
Let me just make sure. In order to execute the agreement, needs to be brought before the board for approval.
Correct.
Close enough? With my chicken scratch, because I was writing really fast.
As long as it'll work.
All right.
So,
You're comfortable
sorry,
with that,
quick
Jessica?
question. So what if they don't?
Then we revoke.
In the language, there's also a provision that if they do not approve that consent agreement, then it would be placed on another agenda for board consideration of a notice of intent to revoke.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Jessica, are you ready?
I hope so. Okay. I move to find that by failing to administer all state required assessments in fiscal year 2022 as required by the Arizona State Board of Education, Maricopa County Community College District on behalf of Gateway Early College High School, hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, has violated its charter contract and state law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regards to actions taken against a charter holder that is not in compliance with its charter and state law. In effort to bring the charter holder into compliance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the assessment consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the assessment consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement, along with the governing board minutes approving the consent agreement, are not received by the board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke. It is also the board's decision that in order to execute the agreement, it needs to be brought before the board for approval.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Board Member Stratton. Additional discussion? Hearing none. Take a vote. Aaron, please.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
I'm going to vote a symbolic no.
Motion passes through majority.
All right, thank you. Thank you all. We're moving on to item M1E, Nosotros. Is there a representative from the charter holder?
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Pull up my script here. Alrighty. Board President Close, board members, Superintendent Designee, and Executive Director Ashley Berg. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jesus Perez. I'm the principal of Nosotros Academy. Next to me is Paul Felix, our CEO, and towards the right, you can't see him, is Peter Felix, our acting CEO and superintendent of Nosotros. First and foremost, I'd like to acknowledge that we made a huge mistake by not testing our 11th graders on the ACT for fiscal year 22. After careful review, we determined that the lack of oversight of our testing coordinator and the lack of calendaring for the ACT was a root cause of our mistake. Unfortunately, our testing coordinator believed that the ACT was optional. Moreover, during the season, testing season, our CEO, Paul Felix, suffered a stroke. And at the same time, our English teacher was physically assaulted in Mexico and out for about a month, causing administration and a staffing dilemma, which I believe was one of the reasons why admin lacked the proper oversight of what was occurring with our testing coordinator with respect to ACT testing for the 11th graders. Moving forward, we've implemented a self-imposed corrective action plan to resolve this issue. For example, we reassigned and trained a new testing coordinator. We have calendared all our test dates on a master schedule that is accessible to all our school stakeholders. Administration will practice intentional oversight of test administration, sticking to the calendar and ensuring all stakeholders are trained for testing season for fiscal year 23. In closing, on behalf of Nosotros Academy, we apologize to you all for making this mistake, and we especially want to apologize to the community we serve, our students and guardians, for this mishap. Nosotros Academy has a 20-year history of serving at-risk students through alternative education at high levels. If it were not for Nosotros Academy, at-risk students such as dropouts, pregnant teens, socially, emotionally challenged students, children in high poverty, minority students, and students on parole may have not had the opportunity to graduate and be college and career ready. I also wanted to point out that for fiscal year 22, according to our ACT Aspire, our AASA 38, our AZ-PSI, and our Azela data, we exited 2 minority subgroups, Hispanic, Latino, and low SES, from our targeted supports and improvement identification. And for fiscal year 22, Nosotros Academy nearly maxed out in points in the A through F categories for growth to graduation rates, and we actually maxed out for the college and career ready category. We have a track record of getting this population of kiddos across the finish line, and it is the pride and the niche of our program. Please receive our sincere apologies as we strive to redeem our reputation and correcting our state testing mishap. I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
It's Ms. Barr. I just want to say it sounds like you have a plan in place, and we appreciate you coming and already proactively working to correct that in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Barr.
Any other questions or comments?
This
Dr.
is a
Crockett?
comment.
I'm sorry.
Comment, Board Member Foster. I hope that everyone is healthy and well, and as you move forward with your corrective action program, that everything will go well.
Thank you, Ms. Foster.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If there are none, is there a motion?
This is Jessica. I move to find that by failing to administer all state required assessments in fiscal year 2022 as required by the Arizona State Board of Education, Nosotros, hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, has violated its charter contract and state law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is not in compliance with its charter and state law. In effort to bring the charter holder into compliance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the assessment consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the assessment consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement along with the governing board minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by the board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract.
Second.
Thank you, Jessica. Thank you, Dr. Crockett. Additional discussion? Excuse me. Hearing none. I'll take a vote. Aaron, please.
Vice President Montier.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Ms. Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close,
Aye.
motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all. Thank you. Moving on to item M1F, Thrive Point High School, Inc. There, a representative from the charter holder?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate this opportunity to be before you. I'm humbled to be coming to the board for this reason and apologize for the testing issues that we've had. My name is Timothy Smith. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Thrive Point High School. We've been operating charter schools in the state of Arizona for over 27 years. We have several campuses in the state, and so we are not small and we're not new. So those are not valid excuses for us to have been in this situation, but it is something that we do take seriously. We had 5 students at our Metro campus that did not take the Aspire ACT. We had 2 at Grover's and 9 at Avondale that did not take the ACT Aspire test. We had 33 students at Avondale that did not take the Arizona Science in cohort 2023. We have never been in this situation before, so it's definitely was a shock to us to find out that we had not completed our testing requirement. And so our first course of action was to consult with our legal counsel, and they recommended that we conduct a thorough internal investigation to find out what had happened. We visited with all staff, our test coordinators, and our leaders at the school at the time. We found the root cause was just a lack of taking it seriously and making sure that they had identified all the students that were available. I believe there was some misunderstanding about the requirement for the AZ Science test requirement, but certainly that is not a valid excuse. So in terms of our course of action, we have hired a new principal, Eric Klapek. He's very experienced in doing state mandated testing, has experience at other schools, and he has added our agenda item for the test at every meeting that we've had. We've made it very clear to everyone that it is not an option. It is a mandated requirement that each campus and each student needs to be tested. We've conducted a significant amount of training. We've added these test dates to our calendar. We've made sure that the assessment calendar, all the test dates are bolded in red. And we've had a rigorous written test procedure for state mandated testing to address any possible action step which may contribute to the anomalies, and reviewed with all the staff at Thrive Point. We've also been checking our computers. We've had our IT staff making sure that all the computers are ready for testing. And we have computer labs at each of our sites. We want to make sure that they are ready and available to be able to serve as testing computers. Our principal has conducted a half-day training with our test coordinator, data administrators, site leaders, and proctors on Thursday, March 2nd, giving all details for state mandated testing. We also conducted an hour of state mandated test training during our full staff professional development day on Friday, March 3rd. Our principals worked with each and every school to designate areas for testing so that they can know where to conduct these tests. And our site leaders are signing up each of our students to make sure that they are signed up for the test, to make sure that they will not miss this testing window. And we've had multiple communications through all different avenues to all our families and students, letting them know about the required state mandated testing. So we believe that we operate high performing schools with high expectations for our students. We have been a leader in the alternative ed space for charter schools. We're grateful to have Dr. Amy Schlesman on our team, and she has definitely done a lot of work with us in helping us do work on our letter grade improvements, which we've had significant improvements in that area. We're very happy with Mr. Klapek and the additions he's made to our testing procedures so that we can make sure that this will never happen again. And I can assure you that I will never want to be in this position myself, and we will do everything that we can to make sure that we are 100% testing for the future. With that, I'm open to any questions that you may have for the board.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
President Close, what you mentioned, I have a question. It's Carlos Reese.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you mentioned that you had a number of different students. Was it just those students that missed, or and so some of them took the test and some of them missed the test? Am I correct in that statement?
It looks like from our investigation that our Avondale campus, there was some misunderstanding in terms of one of the staff thought that these science tests were optional and did not do that. But in terms of the Aspire test, we had 2 students at our Grover's campus and 5 at our Metro and 9 at our Avondale that did not take the test. And so I don't know what happened as to why they thought that was optional, but they did not get tested, and we are very sorry for that.
But some of the other students did get tested.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Other than those, yeah, we have over 800 students at our campuses, and so 95% of our students all did take the state mandated test for sure. And every other year, it's been 100%.
Very good. Any other questions? Mr. Ruiz, are you satisfied?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Is there a motion?
This is Jessica. I move to find that by failing to administer all state required assessments in fiscal year 2022 as required by the Arizona State Board of Education, Thrive Point High School, Inc., hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, has violated its charter contract and state law. These failures and violations provide a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is not in compliance with its charter and state law. In effort to bring the charter holder into compliance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the assessment consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the assessment consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement along with the governing board's minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract.
Second.
Thank you. Motion made and seconded. Additional discussion? Hearing none. Take a vote. Aaron, please.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you all.
Thank you.
That completes item M.
Might we take a brief
I was just
recess?
about to ask if everyone is still good to move forward or if you want a break. So I have a request for a break and I'm fine with supporting that. So how long do you guys want to take? Ashley, 10 minutes?
10 minutes works.
10
All
minutes.
right.
Thank you.
All right. We'll see you back in 10. Everyone back?
President Close, it looks like the majority of the board members are back, but it would be best to take a roll call.
Okay. Aaron, could you please do a roll call?
Absolutely. President Close,
Here.
Vice President Montier,
Present.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Here.
Mr. Chimoni, Ms. Barr,
Present.
Dr. Crockett,
Present.
Ms. Foster,
Present.
Mr. Ruiz,
Here.
Mr. Stratton,
Here.
Mr. Swanson,
Here,
Mr.
you can find the mute button, sorry.
No worries. Thank you. President Close, you have a quorum.
Looks like everyone's here yet. All right, let's go ahead and move on to item. We're on M2, right? So Johanna, we'll do one introduction for item 2, which we're on. She will not do a staff introduction for each charter. Each charter will be given an opportunity to address the board. Board members may ask staff or the charter questions, and then separate votes need to be taken for each charter. So go ahead and just dive right in.
Great,
Johanna?
thank you. President Close, Superintendent Designee Miller, and board members. For the 2021-2022 school year, 7 schools within the board's portfolio were designated as an EB school by the Arizona Department of Education. Today, you will hear from 5 of those schools. The 2 other schools are going to, well, Arizona Autism just came before the board today for school-specific academic goals. And in April, I'll be bringing another school to be considered for school-specific academic goals. Pursuant to statute, if a charter school is assigned a letter grade of F, the charter school sponsor shall either take action to restore the charter school to acceptable performance or revoke the charter school's charter. The board staff shall require the charter holder to appear before the board for consideration of whether the board will issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter or restore the charter to acceptable performance through a consent agreement under the Arizona Administrative Code. When a school is designated as an F school, board staff follows the board's procedural steps for restoring or revoking charters due to an F letter grade. This was approved in May of 2018. These steps ensure that the board and the charter holders comply with all its regulations. The schools that are presented today were notified of the required submissions under rule. Board staff has confirmed that all submissions by the charter holder are in compliance. Both Ashley Berg and myself met with each school to walk them through the board's process and notified them by email that their schools will be considered at the March 13th meeting. The following charter holders will be considered for disciplinary action by this board today: Crown Charter School Incorporated, the Shawn Educational Services, Pace Preparatory Academy, Pathways in Education Arizona Incorporated, Tucson International Academy Incorporated. All representatives of each charter holder are present today. Before we start with the first one, do you have any questions for me?
Doesn't sound like it.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we'll go ahead and move on to Crown Charter School. Is there a representative from the charter holder?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's still morning. You folks put in a long morning there. Sorry to have to add to it. Good morning, President Close and board members. My name is James Shade. I'm the director of Crown School. I have with me 2 brilliant educators and role models. One is Dr. Crownover, co-founder, and the other is Principal Janice Ramirez. Crown School is a pillar of the community, and parents and students really need us. In addition to the community, we also provide educational services to Luke Air Force Base, some 50+ families every year. Saturday, I was at the grocery store, and I met a lady came up to me actually that I didn't recognize, and she said, "Are you Mr. Shade of Crown School?" And I replied, "Yes." And she said, "My son is having the longest week of his life. He's a 2nd grader, and we had spring break last week. And he says, 'I want to go to school today, Mom.'" And she had to say, Well, you can't go to school today because this week you're off. And so I'm reminded that the teachers and this school of how important we both are to the community. We take a lot of pride. I hope you take pride in some of our successes and our joys. We want you to be proud of us again. We could talk about our 20-year history, but that's not why we're here. We've had great audits. Our finances are fine. Our compliances are timely, but we've stumbled here, and we haven't fallen, we just stumbled. What are we doing about this is the important thing. And I'd like to ask Dr. Crownover to say a few things about what we're doing here.
Well, first of all, we all know that a student's performance is not measured by one test. And we believe we are a great school. We've always been a great school. Yeah, we had some technical problems, which we've already addressed that to you, and we will hit it again. But I want to show you, we believe that a great school and preparation for college begins in kindergarten. So I want to show you just a quick example. This is some of our performance boards, kindergarten and first grade. And I know they didn't take the test, but we do wonderful things here. The state standards just require a few little things for kindergarten. All of our kindergartners can read, and not only can they read, they can write beautifully, and they create their own stories. Yes, they don't always get all the words spelled right because we don't correct that. Look at how well they write. Isn't that beautiful? Now I want to tell you something else. This is their math. We're talking about 5-year-old kindergartners. Look at that. That's math. That's up in the thousands. And they even put in a comma. They know how to read it. They know how to add it. We also have over here, if they want to go on to harder ones, they have column addition, and they have subtraction, and they have double column addition and addition there. And now let me show you about first grade. First grade also reads a lot. They love reading, but not only that, they do their creative writing too. But I want to show you their math. State standard says we will teach multiplication and division where in third grade, and Crown School says, oh no, we can do that sooner. So our little kids, would you move that? Our little kids in first grade are doing multiplication and division. Isn't that wonderful? And I say, yes, yes, yes. And they can do that page in just a few minutes. Doesn't take them long at all. Now I want to talk about their writing. Of course they read. They write very well. But this is something that Arizona state standards does not require that these children learn cursive writing. I don't think even at any grade. Do you see this? That's cursive writing. We're doing this in first grade, and we do it through all of the grades. When it comes to fifth and sixth grade, they take a story and they don't just read a story. They have discussions on it. They have groups that have debates actually about the characters, about the context clues. And I think we're a great school. And now I want to turn it over to Miss Ramirez. She's wonderful. She is so great.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Crownover. So good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. Our students that tested in the fiscal year 2022 were at a high disadvantage. Everything that Dr. Crownover just presented to you, they had to do all of those foundational skills, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, all online, all through a computer screen. Some of these kiddos that are now testing had to learn how to read over a computer screen, which is very unfair. We had our foundational skills. We're proud to teach them. We not only teach them, but we master it. So we didn't have that. We didn't have that ability. We have, being a school in a rural area, we're still considered a rural school. We do have to go through Maricopa County to get all of our services implemented, such as internet connection. And up until recently, our internet connection just was brought in. We had to go through different small some small companies to do internet. Cox Communications just came into our area and is now our provider. So up until recently, we have just gotten that ability to do that. And we still have connectivity issues. Just a month ago on February 13th, we lost complete connection of the internet. And you don't realize how much you need the internet until you don't have it. So that was a difficult time for us, but moving forward, we're getting through it. We are definitely taking advantages of all the resources that are available. Our internet connection is great. We have implemented and purchased new computers. We have installed new software that has helped with our testing. We are utilizing all of the resources from the Department of Education for test preparation, such as sample tests, item specifications, writing guides. Just a few weeks ago, the achievement test team was actually on our campus giving professional development to all of our teachers to give us a little more insight on those available resources so that we are utilizing them correctly and we are implementing them immediately. We started the next day in our classrooms. We are actually also going to talk about tutoring. We've been implementing a great tutoring program, not only during school, but before and after school for all of our students. We are testing them every week, so we get the data right away. We do the targeted instruction, differentiated instruction to make sure that we are getting all of those skills necessary in bringing these students up. And taking it a step further, we are doing summer school this year for all of our students to catch them up for that time that they missed during the pandemic. Thank you. Mr. Shade.
Thank you, Ms. Ramirez. I guess we can throw it back to the board and President Close.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you all for your enthusiasm and your support and all your hard work. Are there any questions from the board?
This is Ms. Barr. So just in going over all the data that we have, and I'm a charter school teacher myself, and I know standardized tests are always, don't teach to the test. So I can understand that. Looking at your historical grades, it looks like 2017 and 18, you were an A school, and then in 19 dropped down to a C school. And then obviously the lack of testing because of COVID, now we're down to an F. So I guess what concerns me is I'm seeing the trends of going down that started pre-COVID. Can you speak to that, the 2019 drop in grade?
Jens, I don't think we were below.
We were.
That's their area.
I guess the way I explained it, and I let Janice explain it a little bit more, but at our parent meeting, I said we had to go from a paper and pencil, which we actually applied to ADE, and they refused because we're on a county island and our internet service is not that good. So we dropped to a C, and we knew that. And we thought we had done the other things that we needed to do to get that back to an A. And we didn't. I don't know if you call it a train wreck, but it was close to that for us. We all took it very hard. Yes, we thought we knew we fell to a C, which in our history, we'd never, I don't believe, ever gotten a C, been that low. Then we thought we might be able to raise our grade, but we didn't. Going from the computer or to the computer from pencil and paper proved to be very difficult for not only our children, but our teachers and, well, our whole organization. But we feel that we have corrected that. We bought 90 computers. The children have they have the computers. They're working on computers every single day with the tests, and you say don't teach the test, but the practice tests really have helped us. They've given us more of a direction, I think, that we have to go in for a computerized test. And
we have definitely worked with our pacing guides and just made an improvement on our pacing guides, because we also discovered that the curriculum that we were presenting needed to be updated. And so we did update our curriculum based on that. Because we do understand that things change and we are on a good trend. And when we see that there's something that needs some attention, which obviously our curriculum did, and our approach to how we teach things needed to change. Our curriculum team whipped into action to change those things.
But part of the thing, most of the problem really was technical this past year. I think absolutely most of it. And there's no place in the standards nor in the framework that says a third grader has to know how to type. So we have been really, really working hard, teaching our children how to type that are in third grade, because they do have to know how to make a capital letter. And they didn't know any of those things. And the parents are very wonderful and sweet. We had that meeting with them and they were so supportive. And so they said, hey, we'll work with our children. What all do you need? And so we gave them a whole list of things. And every week we give them another list of things to help the children individually so that we are prepared for this. And I tell you, when we get through this, I hope you can give us some funding, because when we're here trying to have this meeting with you and listening to you, I just about had a heart attack because a half an hour ago, we lost our connection. And so this little genius right here with technology, she got her cell phone out and because we couldn't get, and so she's made it come up again. And so we do need help to get hardwiring into every classroom. I don't ever want to go through this again. I am an A student and I am an A school, and we will have all A students if we possibly can. And
all right, thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, I do talk to
I guess my question is, if you were having so many difficulties switching to a more computer-based system several years ago, and then you're keeping up with it, but it's kind of proven that it's not maybe what's the most effective method for teaching your students, or certainly teaching kindergartners how to make capital letters. So are you choosing to step back? It sounds like you're continuing a trend that has so far proven unsuccessful, I guess. I'm just kind of curious where you see this going in the future.
Well, I see us with ADE's help, and they have helped us tremendously. I see with their help, we can get the technology, get it out to all of our classrooms. And with Cox just putting in this last January, our El Mirage Road was tore up for at least 2.5 months. With that in there and Cox giving us the technical assistance that we need, I believe we're going to be one of the top schools again.
We've been trying for 20 years to get infrastructure in here. When we first moved in here, there weren't any houses anywhere, and we're on the county island. And the only reason we even have Cox bringing in a broadband is because we have all these houses in here now. And with these houses, finally, just 1.5 months ago, we got the infrastructure in here. So it's not, it's absolutely my belief that we would have never had this, and we should have been given the paper test, and they refused to do so. But that's okay. We're going to get past that. We are not going to be an F school ever again in our entire life. And I don't want to be a D school. I don't want to be a C school. And Ms. Ramirez and I and Mr. Shade, we're going to get the school where it needs to be. That's the kind of people we are. She and I work, we don't go to sleep. We work 12 hours a day.
Did we answer your question?
I mean, you addressed it. It just, going from being an A school and then changing gears, and it just, I guess it's, difficult for me to kind of follow the train of thought of this didn't work, but we're going to keep doing it. So I guess that's just where I'm a little confused.
Is it Ms. Barr? I'm sorry, is it Ms. Barr?
Yes.
Well, also one of the things I think that might address your question more is our curriculum, because I do think that the way that we assessed our students within the school year, that has definitely impacted the way that we've changed things. We've noticed more of a trend of being able to utilize more online testing that gives us immediate results, and that's one of the things that we recognize that we have to do
Because we have online finally.
Yes, exactly. And so one of the things that we are able to do is test our students more frequently, which I think is something that we needed to improve, to be able to get that data right away and be able to implement action plans. We're really proud of the action plans that we're able to implement to our students and to our parents, that we give them that instant communication, and being able to have that immediate feedback for our teachers definitely has helped bring up our academic standard.
Thank you.
This is Jessica. I kind of want to piggyback on what Ms. Barr said, and also just dig a little bit into your curriculum. Can you tell us what curriculum it is that you're using, what benchmark assessments you're using that you weren't before, you are now, that's helping you gather this data to put your action plans in place to help your teachers have real-time information?
Yes, perfect. So we implemented Harcourt more, a Houghton Mifflin curriculum. We used to have more of a teacher generated curriculum, which obviously needed to be upgraded. We are using a lot of online resources such as iExcel. Learning Farm is a new program. I don't know if you all are familiar with it, but it's a targeted skill by grade level, where it gives the students a video lesson, and then we practice questions right away. But not only that, it gives an immediate assessment, which helps our teachers be able to identify in the areas of math, reading, writing, and science.
And what are those teachers doing with that data? How are they creating these action plans, and how are they implementing these action plans?
So we meet weekly. Every week on Wednesday mornings, they gather as a team, as a grade level team, and they go over that data. They come up with all of their patterns that they have. So they group them. We do a rotation now within the classroom day, where we say, okay, these are our students that have mastered the skill. We're going to go ahead and move them up. These are the students that need to work a little bit more on this skill. So we're going to reteach it as whole group. And then those students move into that classroom, and we're doing those rotations every day based on that group meeting. So it's every week that we are gathering this data, creating the action plans. And these are action plans that we find that we work as a team together to build based on the specific skills that they need.
How about your benchmark assessments? What is it that you're using for a benchmark assessment, and what trends are you seeing?
So iExcel is our benchmark assessment because it's completely used to the standards. So we're able to actually select our state and go through the standards. And so the trends that we are seeing is definitely growth compared to relatively last year. However, last year we didn't have as much data as we have now. So anything that we see now is growth, and any areas that we don't have that growth, those are the areas of specific targeted instruction that we're doing the before, during, and after school students for. So not only do they rotate within that class setting, but then they do that specific one-on-one or small group intervention.
And how often are you administering? I'm so sorry. Just wondering how often you're administering benchmark assessments.
Oh, they're by trimester. We don't do quarterly, so it's trimester based. Every 3 months.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
President Close, this is Member Miller. I'd love to jump in timing wise to Jessica's question.
Sure.
So I've had the opportunity personally to visit Crown. We're not neighbors, but we're both on the west side of the valley. So I've seen these kids in action, and the passion that you feel coming through, I feel like, is definitely a prominent part of their culture. They're very passionate. One thing that I appreciate about Principal Ramirez is a humbleness and a collaborative leadership style. I do think that the approximately 330 students that are being served there are in a safe and loving environment, which is important. I appreciate the question about benchmark progress monitoring, because it was something that, I suggested in reviewing a little bit of their academics and having just a little bit of time in the classroom. I said, hey, what are you guys using? And so I did hear an openness to establish a more maybe nationalized or consistent benchmarking approach with more frequent assessment benchmarks. So that's something that I've also found is an openness to that change and to the conversation surrounding their continued success and success of their students. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments from the board? If not, Jessica, do you feel comfortable making a motion?
I do.
President Close and
Yes.
Vice President Monteith, I apologize. I just wanted to pop in for a quick moment and let you all know, as an aside to kind of this conversation and all the schools you're about to see, every school that has been identified as a failing school will be receiving a full academic systems review via a targeted site visit from the education program manager assigned to the charter. We have started a few of those. We just kicked those off last week. And so just so you know, we are also doing that. So these schools will receive some feedback from board staff as well in the areas of curriculum, assessment, monitoring, instruction, and professional development in the coming weeks. And so we can also verify some of the things that have been said today about benchmark testing and what they're using and all of those things. Just wanted to pop in and let you know that that is something that board staff is currently in the process of working on.
Very good. That's very good to know. Thank you, Rachel. Jessica.
Okay. I move to find that due to one or more schools operated by Crown Charter School, Inc., hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, having been assigned an F letter grade for fiscal year 2022, there is sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against the charter holder that is assigned an F letter grade. In effort to restore the failing school to acceptable performance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the letter grade consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the letter grade consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement along with the governing board minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by the board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Ms. Barr.
Ms. Barr seconds. Thank you. Additional discussion? Hearing none. We'll take a vote. Aaron, please.
Absolutely. Vice President Monteith.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Ms. Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
Mr. Swanson.
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, board.
All right, we're going ahead and move on to item 2M, 2B, Hashan Educational Services. Is there a representative from the charter holder?
Yes. Guptash, Rosem Genevo. Good morning, President Close, all members of the board. I am Olivia Garcia, Governing Board President of Hashan Educational Services. Thank you for taking the time this morning. I believe it's still afternoon. For having
Bosch
us here
still
today.
works though.
Okay, yeah. It started out being a morning. I would like to introduce you to Director Hershenhan, who we've had now for 7 months. She's our new director at Hashan. She'll be sharing with you a summary of the issues identified and the plan that will be implemented to support our school. The HES board has all confidence that with the Director Hershenhan's experience and the support team she has organized, our school will not just comply, but exceed expectations set by ASBCS. Chokotesia, thank you. Director Hershenhan, if you could please present before this board.
Thank you. And good day, President and board members. I appreciate this opportunity. I included my leadership team here is also Assistant Director Robert Aranda, who is also joining us. And first, our findings that we have looked into that contributed to our letter F included items, lack of accountability reporting. Also, that included 55% of submitted data was missing from the FY22. Therefore, we could not earn as much points as possible. Lack of academic systems in place that included infrequent to no assessments in benchmarks to really see where the students are, the diagnostic pieces that help fill those learning gaps. No identified course curriculum that was consistent, that included a lack of curriculum and rigor. It was just all over the place. And then not a consistent review model was identified. We also did not see or identify an observation model that was in place during that time in FY22. We also, some of the other findings that we found were in classroom management, a lack of professional development and those areas that needed to be addressed in the classroom, as well as training as a whole, and then a lack of teacher evaluation data. With that, our focus is on instructional delivery, also targeted intervention in order to turn this around and improve our grades that include math, reading, and writing labs. Course completion, credit recovery, building foundational skills. And what we're looking at for the learning gaps, we used a diagnostic, ACT 2018, through our curriculum that we purchased, and using Edgenuity to be able to really see where our students were at, not as a global use, but individually per student, so that we could quickly assess that need and have those targeted interventions within the math, reading, writing labs. Also, part of that focus is monitoring with the support of those benchmarks mentioned. We will be adding into the next school year. We have it now. We need to go through the training of not only the curriculum, which recently got adopted, but also benchmarks, MyPath, Purpose Prep, and others, as we found the need for those. Class assessments to address those. Also course curriculum, as I mentioned, we just recently adopted one, and teacher evaluation models and student course completion. And finally, we just want to acknowledge that the leadership team has found historical issues academically and operationally at Hoshin. So we're aware of that and acknowledge that. But with new leadership, we look forward to bringing not only quick results, but over the long term, put those systems and best practices in place academically and operationally. And this is for the success of our students here at Hoshin. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
This is Jessica. I was wondering what you are looking at as far as your evaluation tools. Did you pull from anywhere in particular? And I don't mean student evaluations. I mean, you had mentioned teacher evaluation as part of moving forward. So can you talk to us a little bit about that?
Yes. Historically, I'm familiar with the Marzano model and looking at those 23 points. So what we're going to do moving into now and next year is pulling from that and using that learning theory, work on our professional development. Right now at this point, purchasing that model, we're not ready for, but we're going to be using a lot of those rubrics that fit within the Marzano platform.
And just to be clear, as far as curriculum goes, was it Edgenuity that you just purchased, or was it something? I just want to make sure I understand.
Yes, we purchased Edgenuity. We do have a lot of the extras that go with it. We focused on Edgenuity for this semester on the diagnostics with the students and that credit recovery, and to be able to target those learning gaps so that we can improve those scores and get the students ready for beginning of the next school year. So this semester, when we purchased that, we have focused in that area. We have some teachers that are experienced that are using that. We have the training that's coming up later on in the spring and in the summer. So we got the whole package on that, and that's a pretty intense training if you're familiar with it. We also are looking, one of the decisions with Edgenuity is because of the standards, the scope and sequence, And so that we can really create that rigorous, robust curriculum that is sound, but still allows a little bit of the customization that can be approved, but to be able to give those students exactly what they need so that we can avoid this in the future. We want something long-term, not just going to get us through this next year. And also we have students that are AP students that were lacking that challenge that they wanted, and or those honor students rather, and giving them an opportunity for some CTE courses and even some dual credit and working in that. So it fits within our long-term as well as our short-term needs. I hope that answers your question.
It did. And I guess my only other question that I have is accessibility. So looking at, opportunities for technology, how are the students accessing this? I know Edgenuity is primarily a computer-based model. So just wanted to know how that's working out for you. And then as far as your teachers go, or those delivering the educational model, how's everybody feeling with that as well? Because sometimes that can be a big change for people. I know with COVID, we already kind of just got thrust into that. But when you are looking at a completely new curriculum that you're trying to navigate, like you were saying, with all the training and everything going into it, where are you at with that? And how are the students responding? Because you said you started it this semester or this year, I mean. Yeah. So what kind of response are you getting? What's the data telling you? Do you think that when you're talking long-term, I know that it just started, I understand that, but you can see some trends, I think. So talk to us about that a little bit.
So with the in-class, we want that to be used as a resource and a curriculum foundation to ensure that we are given the rigor in the classroom. We also want to offer those independent studies for those students. As far as technology, we are now just put in a bid and working on one of the grants to be able to bring in new computers. They are outdated for our students, but we're looking at not only the technology, but the monitors in the classrooms to be able to really give the teachers that opportunity to present the data. What we do not want within the classroom, we're not moving to a digital way of learning altogether, but we want to offer those individual options. So if we have a student that wants to take extra independent courses, they can. We can use those diagnostics to give supplemental targeted opportunities for students to learn, as well as a resource for the teachers. And to be able to give that curriculum where the teachers can focus on, the classroom management tools that they need in that instructional delivery to make sure it's engaging and active. So for instance, in biology, pulling out the microscopes and using that opportunity to really make lessons engaging. As far as the feedback, we've had some students are like, oh my goodness, we have to complete this. So it's well-rounded. What I've said to the students, when I met with you, you said this is what you wanted. Some of you felt like you were really missing out on learning opportunities, and I'm summarizing that for you. And we gave it to them. They were like, wow, this is work. And it's like, yes. So it's kind of all over the place, but we use that opportunity to really buy in. And I'll give the ACT diagnostic piece, which is the 2018. I'll give an example of that one. I had some seniors that had taken it in their 11th grade year, and a few of them were saying, well, we already had it. Why would we need it again? And I explained that to them. What I found, and just using them as an example, we had someone come in, oh, we made 87%, and they would be happy, and then, go through all of them. They get to the 5th section. I had one coming in and go, I didn't do so well. But what the students were seeing is where they were at. And the trends that Robert and I picked up is that, the students didn't even know where they stood, where they were at. Are you really prepared for college? Are you prepared for, whatever cohort you're in, and really giving them that confidence to know where they're at. And of course, I told the students that don't worry about it. This is what these interventions are for. And it was about writing. I said, you're not going to go to college without, because they were trying to get in this big college. I said, you will be prepared, but now you know where you're at, and now we can help you. So it helped with buy-in. As far as teachers, the ones who are pretty seasoned that are using it are pretty happy with it, except for they want the opportunity during the summer to have the hours to customize that within to, if there's like a lab in it, a lesson in it, they prefer theirs, or a book that they can use the standards and the scope and sequence, but really put their own niche in it. And we're going to work on exactly what that's going to look like, because we want to make sure we don't lose ground on what we're bringing in. So that's going to be a balance that will remain to be seen. But the goal of that is to keep the rigor, have students at this grade level, and help teachers to understand that you need to look at those learning gaps and bring them up to the expectation, not lower the bar, which happens. So if you have a student that's doing well and you see progress, and this is what we identified speaking with the teachers, they saw progress. I said, but if you're doing middle school, it's not going to equal grade level. It's just not in any test. So let's bring that data, let's get you a curriculum, let's build a good foundation, and then put the training in place to help them grow. So we're addressing the conversations even before we move into it. Some of that's for buy-in, but it's also for understanding and really starting that training now, as well as the training on the actual curriculum that will be coming up May and June.
And kind of, sorry, one more question to touch on. You mentioned interventions, and those are pretty important. So, and student buy-in and all of that kind of stuff. What do your intervention plans look like for these students that are, maybe have gaps or holes in their education, or maybe you have students that are just well below grade level, kind of across the board, depending on obviously each student needs. How are you addressing those through intervention plans? What do the intervention plans look like? Et cetera, et cetera. And then how involved are the students in the interventions and the intervention plans?
Okay. So the students are involved, that student agency we're giving to them and having that conversation. From the interventions, we're doing a two-part. So like, since we started it this semester, there's a limited amount of time. So looking at that diagnostic and looking at those areas. So for example, looking at math, we're not only noticing the trends, but having those extra study times in a lab, like a study lab, also small targeted, where we see the trends like this group of students, 4 or 5, let's pull them out and have that extra tutor. We'll actually have tutors coming in that are specialized in math. We also have our math computer science teacher that has used cross-curricular to pull it into his class, so that we are maximizing our opportunities. So to reach these students. So cross-curricular and targeted tutoring, and as well as in the study, kind of a study hall or a center where they can go in, a center lab where they can go in if they're working on individual courses, credit recovery, to give them that additional time for course completion, using that as well. For writing, just to give one more other example, having PLCs along with that help the teachers, give them ideas for prompts to use in their classroom, whether it be art or, astronomy, whatever it is that these students are learning, or in algebra, how can we use those to help the students really gauge on it? And it may be something as simple as having bell work that focuses on an introduction or a thesis, or having them write something where, make a statement and give me 3 evidences, historical writing, but really getting back to the basics, depending on where these students are. Also pulling those students as well that need that extra help. And the goal is if we can, not just to improve our scores, which the outcome should be there if we're doing what we're supposed to do, but we want to go into next school year having everything set where the students know where they're at, and they're not called, and I'm going to quote, super seniors or super juniors. Your cohort is given in kindergarten, let's go. And it's, to me, that just means we have more work to do, and helping the students, because working with the students and getting them to realize that is not a title. That just means we have not given you what you need. So let's sit here and talk about that. And we've had meetings with parents. Some parents are happy, some parents aren't, but we did a targeted credit on the transcripts, just an audit on every student. And that's time consuming, but also speaking with the parents and working with the students to show them where they are on track. And that should be done freshman year. We had to go through with our seniors and work backwards to really, do you know where you stand? Do you know how many credits do you need? How can a student take ownership if they don't know? And then also bringing in the parents so that they have some, so that they understand where their students are at. Also sending home progress reports and redoing some of those credit, just so the course completion, so the students know where they're at and the parents understand it. So basically making it easy to read, not anything complicated, simple, straightforward. Here's where you're at. Here's where we need you to be. Here's where you're at, diagnostically. Here's why we're working on these interventions, and just opening up that collaborative and communication piece. I hope I didn't miss anything in that.
That was great. Thank you.
President Close, this is Carol Crockett. I have a quick question.
Sure.
Can you describe in a very quick way, the leadership of the school over the past several years?
I'm sorry, were you asking me or?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And Miss Olivia or President Garcia may have more to add to this, but I will start from what I looked at, just for me digging through files and all the information, the research I could do, including reading articles. This seems to have been a long systemic issue with lack of systems and best practices put in place. From what I researched, 2014 to now, they've only had one area, and I could totally be wrong about that, above a letter F. And I did ask some questions about that to just see how we got in this place. There has been a lot of turnover. Last year, they went without a director for 10 months. There has been a lack of leadership as far as just the availability of a person being here, taking charge of that and leading these students as well as staff. What I've done thus far this year is come in and work on a lot of our systems. For example, Power School. Students need to be able to log in and see what their grades are, those type of things. Make sure that we have those compliance and accountability pieces in place. Also look at how we've distributed leadership. So I brought in a dean of student support so that we can have oversight over the special education department as well as all the students, so that when we do put in these best practices that they stay long-term, and give the students a voice where they can, advocate for themselves as well. Also bringing in an assistant director who is, all of us have come from letter A schools where we've done the work and we understand what it takes, but experts in their field is basically what I'm saying, where they can come in and not only work on just this letter grade, which we're focusing on today, but putting the foundation and those systems in place that keep us accountable to reporting data. And just since we're talking about letter F, it's just even on our what was sent up, there's like credits earned 0. We didn't get any points for it because we didn't submit it. So some of it's even basic, but I don't want that to take away from what we have found academically that needs to be done as well. But it seems like for me, there's been a long history of, I'd say, ups and downs and a lot of turnover from leadership in the last number of years.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions or comments from the board? Are we ready for a motion?
Yes, sir. This is Jessica. I move to find that due to one or more schools operated by Hassan Educational Services, hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, having been assigned an F letter grade for fiscal year 2022, there is a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is assigned an F letter grade. In effort to restore the failing schools to acceptable performance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the letter grade consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the letter grade consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement along with the governing board minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract.
Second, is Carol.
Motion made and seconded. Thank you both. Additional discussion? Hearing none. Take a vote. Aaron, please.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to PACE Preparatory. Have a representative?
Yes. Good afternoon, President Close, members of the board, Director
Good
Burke,
afternoon.
and Charter Board staff. My name is Bill Sacalarius, and I'm the charter holder for PACE Preparatory Academy in Prescott Valley. I have with me today Mel Cooper, our principal. We are an alternative charter high school with approximately 118 students. While I accept the fact that the school was assigned an F grade, that grade doesn't indicate our school's actual standing. It's primarily the result of a severe clerical error on my part. I was entering and uploading the CCRI A to F self-reporting data to ADE's accountability portal. The A to F self-reporting portal captures the data that I put in relative to items such as credits earned, on track to graduate, proficiency and growth, students who are going into the military, and actual graduation for that year. This self-reporting information and data that ADA already has about us is part of an algorithm that generates the A to F grade designation. By my not submitting, the self-response automatically constitutes an F grade. 30% of our algorithm score was automatically lost due to the non-submission. If I had entered this data, the school would not have received any letter grade for that year because we had fewer than 10 students graduate in FY22. When I completed the form and entered the send upload button, there was no response. And after attempting to recreate the upload, the same issue of not uploading occurred again. I set the project aside with full intention to get back to the accountability portal and complete my job. Unfortunately, that did not happen. I forgot to get back to that chore. And in fact, I only realized that I never had uploaded that data was when I received the notification from the charter board that we received an F. Unfortunately, that announcement came well after the deadline for being able to file an appeal. In spite of a 70% turnover in our 10th grade enrollment and testing population, our fiscal years 21 and 22 due to COVID, we are confident that PACE Academy will have a very favorable letter grade in this next year and in years moving forward. Our enrollment increased from 80 during COVID up to 118 now, and we have added additional remedial teaching staff to bolster our objectives. I sincerely apologize for placing our school, students, and staff in this situation. I've taken steps to ensure that such cases will never happen again. I have implemented a 3-person team with overlapping project management calendars so that several eyes are on the same deadline dates. This buddy system will provide the proper checks and balances so that we will not miss any deadlines in the future. I want to thank the board for their time, their valuable time, and time being spent on this hearing today. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
President Close, I have a question.
Sure.
Thank you for being with us today. I apologize for not being able to use the hyperlink quickly while between all my computers here, but I see that there was on fiscal years 21 dashboard, a note about serving special education students. I was just wondering if you could speak to that dashboard finding, if you're aware, as to why it did not meet requirements.
Can you give us more information on that?
Sure. So in the materials that we were provided, and again, I apologize, I jumped on your website, but I did not find a quick link to the Arizona State Board for Charter Schools dashboards. There's the financial, operational, and academic. And in the 2021 dashboard, there was a note on serving services to students with disabilities. It says ADE monitoring CAP is the only note I can see here. I was wondering if you could speak to that.
We do not have our special education person here at this point in time to speak to that. And we can definitely get back to you on that one.
Okay. Ms. Miller, you're on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Any comments? Are we ready for a motion?
This is Jessica. I move to find that due to one or more schools operated by Pace Preparatory Academy, hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, having been assigned an F letter grade for fiscal year 22, there is a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is assigned an F letter grade. In effort to restore the failing schools to acceptable performance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the letter grade consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the letter grade consent agreement, or an executed copy of the consent agreement, along with the governing board minutes approving the consent agreement, are not received by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract.
Second the motion.
Motion made and seconded. Thank you. Additional discussion? Hearing none. We'll take a vote. Aaron, please.
Absolutely. Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you. Moving on.
Thank you, board, for your time.
Thank you. Moving on to item D, Pathways in Education, Arizona, Inc. Is there a representative from the charter holder?
Yes, there is.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Close, Vice President Montier, Superintendent Designee Miller, board members and board staff. Thank you for meeting with us to discuss Pathways in Education, Arizona. My name is Christy Duenas, and I'm the Associate Superintendent. Joining me this afternoon is Sue Lux, our cluster director, and Alicia Santana, who oversees data and accountability for our team. Now, after having failed in this area in this past couple years, we'd like to address the F rating that we received. This rating forced us to really critically reflect on how we can improve to ultimately better serve our students. In the past year, there were some missed opportunities where we failed to either take appropriate action, and as a result, we missed important deadlines and benchmarks. First off, I just want to openly say this was an operational failure. Although there are elements of our instructional program that we're working on improving as well, we failed firstly to apply for designation as an alternative school, which meant that we were not rated under the most appropriate framework for our school and our population. We also missed critical deadlines for uploading data that accounted for a key portion of our rating. As the gentleman who, the school that went before us, we did not upload that CCRI data. And we also were not aware of that until we also received the F designation letter, meaning that the appeal timeline had also lapsed. We did not fully understand the key elements of the accountability system or the rating appeal timeline. So since then, we've met at length with experts at the ADE, the State Board of Education, and in external consultants to ensure that we fully understand both the traditional and alternative rubrics, as well as associated timelines and procedures. We've made several changes to our operational systems to ensure that these missed opportunities are not repeated and that we can improve our results. I'd like to tell you a little bit more about our student population because we have always been an alternative school that serves an alternative population. But because we're an AOI and we were, as I had stated before, just completely unaware of the type of school and the rating process for schools like ours, we did, failed to, like I shared, appropriately file for an alternative rating. Our school is designed to serve that alternative population. We've heard a lot today about the need for schools who serve students like ours. This includes students who are at risk for dropping out or have already dropped out of traditional schools, students who are academically behind their peers, disconnected, truant, pregnant, or parenting, full-time workers, foster, homeless youth, or who are dealing with behavioral challenges, mental health issues, or bullying. We predominantly enroll students who are older and behind on their credits, and those dealing with external issues or personal obstacles that can impede or delay their academic progress. In short, we serve students who are not successful in a traditional school setting, who need an alternative approach. This year, we're in the process of correcting our misstep of obtaining alternative status so that we are rated in accordance with the population that we serve. And we have an aggressive school improvement plan to ensure the academic programs and supports are in place to help our students achieving success. I want to turn it over to Sue, our director, who can share some of our plan to increase student support.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Some of the things that we are doing to improve student performance are we are increasing our in-person student support with a greater focus on academic interventions in math and reading, and a greater focus on graduation pace overall to ensure that our students graduate in 4 to 5 years like a traditional school. Even when they enroll with us behind in credits, we want to focus on making sure they get to the finish line on time. We also want to make sure our students are better prepared for post-secondary life. So we have increased access and offerings to our students, including dual enrollment in college classes, more FAFSA support, ASVAB and CLEP testing on campus, ACT preparation classes, and a post-secondary counselor to guide them through all of these processes. We also are introducing a work experience class this spring for students already in the workforce. For our English language learners, we are also improving the support available to them, improving access to ELL and Spanish curriculum, and improving training for all teachers, including SIOP training, all starting with better identification processes for new students.
Thanks, Sue. We've also had some key transitions in staffing that I believe are already making a positive impact on our results. At the end of last year, I became the charter holder, one of the charter holders for our organization. And we also have a new cluster director in place, Sue, who just shared with us some of those academic pieces that she has started to put in place as well. Sue comes to PI Arizona with 20 years of experience in our school model, and I have confidence in her ability to manage the relationship between ADE and the Pathway schools, as well as a new accountability team in place to help manage the data, the deadlines, and the applications. We've already submitted our application for alternative status. We are working closely with the accountability team at ADE to make sure that we are on track and we are all in great communication about where we are and where we need to be. These efforts are paying off already. We're seeing growth. We're tracking where we would be on both rubrics just in case, because we want to ensure that we are never back here in front of you again, except to maybe celebrate how far we've come. We are fiercely committed to serving the students who need an alternative approach to high school to find success. We know we can continue to make a positive impact in the Phoenix community and are committed to continuing to reflect on how we can be better. Thank you so much for working with us and giving us the opportunity to serve students in Arizona. Are there any questions that I can answer for the board?
Are there any questions? I just want to say thank you for your honesty and your, I think, well thought out. And
this is Ms. Barr. I have a quick question. I know you said you're new, and obviously you inherit what you inherit when you are a newcomer. But I did see that back in 2019, the school received an F back then as well. And again, I know COVID hit, everything went cattywampus. What measures that you know of, or maybe your staff could speak to, did the school try to improve several years ago? And have, obviously that doesn't seem to have been very effective. But what sort of measures that you know of did the school try to implement back in 2019 after that first F grade?
Christy,
President
oh yeah,
Close.
Alicia can chime in on this a little bit better,
Excuse
but
me.
just to give.
One moment, please.
Oh, go ahead.
Somebody was,
President Close, this is me,
Yes.
Joanna Medina.
yes.
Board Member Barr, are you looking at their academic performance? And that's where you were talking about the F?
I believe so. I just hit space thinking I was unmuting myself, and then it went off of there.
Okay.
Academic profile, yes.
Okay,
FY19 F, and then no grade for 21.
Yeah, I don't think they would have received, let me look at what we provided you. I don't think they would have received a letter grade.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit, Ms. Medina, if you don't mind. Because we are designated as an AOI school, previously in the 2019 fiscal year, there was not a rubric for the AOI schools. And so for 2019, we did receive that grade. We were told by ADE, because we did attend a meeting in person, which I attended at that time. I was not part of the data and accountability team. I was an instructional coach. So I was part of their team. They told us at that time, I spoke to Devin Isherwood from ADE, and they told us that that was an issue by mistake. And so because of that, that's when we really started to dive in. Like I said, I was not in this position that I am now. So since then, we've learned a lot, but it was our understanding that there was not an existing rubric for the FY22 school year. Now there is a rubric for AOI schools, which is why we received the grade. And again, Christy kind of spoke to those measures.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? If not, are we ready for a motion?
Yes, this is Jessica. I move to find that due to one or more schools operated by Pathways in Education Arizona, Inc., herein after referred to as the charter holder, having been assigned an F grade, letter grade for fiscal year 2022, there is a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is assigned an F letter grade. In the effort to restore the failing schools to acceptable performance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the letter grade consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the letter grade consent agreement, or an executed copy of the consent agreement, along with the governing board minutes approving the consent agreement, are not received by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract.
Second the motion, Carol Crockett.
Motion made and seconded. Thank you both. Additional discussion? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. Aaron, please.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Moving on to item E, Tucson International Academy. Is there a representative? Anyone? Oh, hello.
Hello there. My name is Jennifer Herrera, and I'm the charter holder for Tucson International Academies. And here with me today, I have the principal, which is Valerie Enriquez, who is also our compliance officer as of this year. And we have Larry Speda, who is the principal of Tucson International Academy East.
Thank you.
All right. President Close, Superintendent Wendy Miller, and Representative Miller, and also Ashley, if you're still there. I just wanted to thank you for, hanging in there for this meeting today. Glad to be able to be seen today. Tucson International Academy East is the school in question. It has an F letter grade. And so I'll give you a little background on the school, and then I'll address the issues that we found when we did our research. Tucson East has been established in our Tucson community since 2008. It has an enrollment of 90 students and families that have been with us for many years. It's a choice for many of our families because the school offers a small and safe learning environment. In fiscal year 2021, we transitioned to having partial distance learning, of course, due to COVID, and our academic growth was still, even in spite of that, 47.76%, comparable to other K-8 schools such as Basis Flagstaff. They had a growth of 39.85%. TIA East has been a B school for the last 3 years, 2019, 2020, and 2021. The year in question is FY 2022. The static file at ADE shows that we had a chronic absenteeism rate of 36%, which is incorrect data. We had a large portion of students on distance learning at different times in the year and should not have been counted against us, but we did not record it appropriately. So we lost those 5 possible points due to that error. We are an F school by 0.05. So we were close to not being an F school. When we noticed the data error, we did contact ADE, but at that time they told us that the data was the data. And so we probably, what I think we should have done is we should have pushed further and still pursued addressing the issues, even if they would have denied us. But we didn't. We just thought, oh man, that was a lesson learned. And so that was that. We realized that with COVID, there's a high turnover of personnel, even at ADE as well as at our schools. But what I want to say is we are committed to continue to meet the demands of the charter board with your accountability processes. And I've been a charter holder for 22 years, and I still really enjoy doing it. So I would like to keep doing it. We have learned a lot about the A through F accountability process. We have a better understanding on how to view the data. For example, through this process, we learned we're being rated on a K-8 scale, even though we are a K-12 school. We're learning what bearing that status has on our school grade. So for example, there's many successes at East, and even though it's small, we did have 10 seniors graduate in 2022. 9 of the 10 did complete and get credit through Pima Community College for a dual enrollment program. And all 10 of them graduated, and 100% of them were accepted into college, which is one of the goals that we set with our students. Other great news is our charter organization, including TIA East, has just undergone a COGNI accreditation visit. And our goal is to be fully accredited by October 2023. And we're well on our way to reach that goal. Why I bring it up is because we do value quality, and we do even are taking it upon ourselves to sharpen more outside of the charter board. I asked the board that we be granted the consent agreement in order to give us additional time to correct the data and restore our school to a passing grade, which is a true reflection of the hard work of the families and staff at TIA East. And I know that we will get support from the charter board staff on that improvement journey. I've worked with Ashley and Johanna multiple times over the years, and it's actually a very helpful relationship. We do have improvement for that academically. Our benchmarks, we changed from Edulastic to iReady. I love iReady. That's really been a big hit for me personally, just all the years I've seen benchmarking. I highly recommend it. Has faster access to data for the teachers, and it's pretty instant. It also goes to the individual students' lack, like whatever they're missing, whatever they didn't do well on, the program itself will rewrite the next session to include review of the thing that they didn't do well on. I really think it's a great product. It is for math and for reading. They even have science and social studies, I believe, but we are focused primarily on the reading and the math with iReady. We also use Amira for the youngers. We also, second step that we've done to improve is we did get a full-time MTSS. It's multiple tier systems of support for our school, for TIA East. He's a well-qualified teacher. He's an engineer who's working primarily with math with the students, and he's been a real bonus to us. We have a 1-to-1 ratio of computers to students. That's also a big thing because now that the test is on computers and has been for a while, it just took us a couple years to make the purchases to get enough, but we have more than 1-to-1 ratio of computers for students. So everybody's getting that time of hands-on practice answering difficult questions, but on the computer. And I think it's coming around quite well. Our benchmark scores are going up. When they don't go up, we immediately can see because the data is instant. So it's a great tracking mechanism for us. We give benchmarks each quarter, and we give one at the beginning of the year just to see where they come in. It's got diagnostics and it has lessons for them to practice on. Maybe I'll pause to see if you have a specific question.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
This is Jessica. I have a question about how you're using your data and any interventions that you're putting into place as a result of the diagnostic information you receive.
Yes, so one thing we're doing across the board, even at all 4 of our schools, is we are doing an hour of iReady at the end of the day. Everyone is going to iReady. We do have the bandwidth, we do have the computers. So every student at TIA is online doing their practice tests for math. Math was our worst score, which it kind of correlates with Kelly Powell's report that math is still the one area that hasn't come up much since COVID. So we're addressing that way. We also have Title I. So we have after school tutoring, and at the East School under Principal Larry's leadership, they have a good turnout for tutoring. I mean, whereas, some of my other schools, it's more difficult to get them to stay. His kids are willing to stay, and they have, again, not only just iReady, but they also use other interventions like, using paper, using manipulatives for the, even the 4th and 5th graders, like fractions and ratios and all that. They have a bunch of materials to use, and they do use them. I've witnessed it myself. They do monitor also if the kids that are coming to tutoring are making adequate gains. And fortunately, we can say, yes, they are. See, is there something more I can say? Okay.
All right. Is that good, Jessica? Any other questions from the board?
President Close, I believe Ms. Foster has a question.
Sure. I have a question. I know we're talking about TIA East, but I also look at TIA West. So it seemed like a couple of years ago, TIA West was an F, and now they're B, and whereas before TIA East was B, and now they're F. Like, what is happening administration wise or operational to keep it very consistent, or what's the thought process on that?
Yes, well, in the West, do you want to speak to that, or you want me to? You just supplement, or okay, go ahead. She's the principal at West, and she's also the lead principal for all the principals. This is Valerie Enriquez.
Enriquez, principal at the West Campus. So down at the West Campus, yes, we made significant gains in our in the academic area. We were an F school, but again, we focused specifically on data, teaching the teachers how to make data-driven decisions, working with the teachers on how to make, reflect their lessons as opposed to what the data was telling them to. And all of the teachers really bought into it. And, we had several different meetings after school where we were really dove into the data, and we wanted to see what the data was telling us and how well the students were understanding what the teachers were teaching. And we did progress monitoring every 2 weeks, and we were able to see our scores increase tremendously, as you saw, and went from a letter F grade to a B grade. We were very consistent with working with the data and looking at our students' work and what they were producing, and making sure that they were comprehending, exactly what it is that the teachers were teaching inside the classrooms. So what we're doing is that specific model is we're trying to transition it, not trying, but we are transitioning it to the East Campus. So which is why I've been working pretty closely with Mr. Spada and his teachers over at the East Campus to mimic the same model that we did at TIA West over at the East Campus. Of course, we're understanding it's a different demographic over there that the East Campus serves as opposed to West, but everybody is, everybody can learn. Every student can learn and willing to learn. And over at the East Campus, the students didn't really take as much, we didn't have to work as much to do the buy-in. They bought in pretty early. So we've been noticing some pretty good gains coming in the academic area over at East Campus. So I'm pretty confident if we continue to mimic the same model that West did, that we'll see the progress increase.
Speaking to that, you were talking about the 4 schools. Is this a plan that you would like to implement charter-wide? Because it sounds like it was effective for West. I'm not really sure why it didn't get implemented charter-wide when it became effective. That's where I'm confused.
No, I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt. So I've become this past year, my position has turned into the lead principal. So I've taken more of a supervisory role with the principals. So I am now visiting all 4 campuses and to ensure that this model is being mimicked at all 4 campuses. So it is something that we are doing this school year.
Board Member Foster, thank you for your comments. Jessica, do you have was that satisfactory for your question?
Yes, thank you.
All right, any other questions from the board? Jessica, how are you feeling about a motion?
I think I'm ready.
All right.
So this is Jessica. I move to find that due to 1 or more schools operated by Tucson International Academy, hereinafter referred to as the charter holder, having been assigned an F letter grade for fiscal year 2022, there is a sufficient basis to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's contract. However, the board is authorized to exercise its legal discretion with regard to actions taken against a charter holder that is assigned an F letter grade. In effort to restore the failing schools to acceptable performance, the board moves to enter into a consent agreement that includes the same terms and provisions as the letter grade consent agreement previously adopted by the board. If the charter holder chooses not to accept the terms of the letter grade consent agreement or an executed copy of the consent agreement along with the governing board's minutes approving the consent agreement are not received by board staff, then it is the board's decision that the charter holder be placed on a future agenda for a motion to issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter holder's charter contract.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Thank you both. Additional discussion? Hearing none. I'll take a vote. Aaron, please.
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to item N. Ashley, do we need to move into executive session?
We do need to move into executive session for legal advice from our attorney.
I'll go ahead and make that motion. Ashley?
Me?
I can do it either one. You can if you want. Go for it, Jessica.
Okay, sorry. I move to enter into executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice from the board's attorney concerning this item and for discussion or consultation with its attorney in order to consider the board's position and instruct its attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement discussions.
All right, there's a motion. I'll second, just so we can do a vote. I'm sorry, is that Board Member Foster?
Yes.
Okay, seconded by Board Member Foster. We'll take a vote. Aaron?
Vice President Montier,
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller,
Aye.
Ms. Barr,
Aye.
Dr. Crockett,
Aye.
Ms. Foster,
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz,
Aye.
Mr. Stratton,
Aye.
Mr. Swanson,
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, we're in executive session.
is being recorded.
Aaron, I want to make sure you're there.
Yep, I'm here.
I think we could go ahead. Might have taken some people some time to get over into this new one, but go ahead and take roll call.
Absolutely. President Close. President Close.
Muted.
Okay.
No, I'm here. Yeah, somehow I'm muted. Sorry about that.
No worries. Vice President Montier.
Present.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Here.
Dr. Chimone, or Mr. Chimone, sorry. Ms. Barr.
Still here.
Dr. Crockett.
Present.
Ms. Foster. Ms. Foster.
She's coming. Not here right now, probably.
Okay, no worries. Mr. Ruiz.
I'm here.
Mr. Stratton.
Here.
Mr. Swanson.
Mr. Swanson is gone.
Okay, thank you. President Close, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. Is there any direction from the board for Vicky?
This is Jessica. I move to authorize the board's attorney to proceed according to the instructions given in executive session.
I'll second.
The motion and a second. Let's go ahead and take a vote. Aaron?
Absolutely. Vice President Montier.
Aye.
Superintendent Designee Miller.
Aye.
Ms. Barr.
Aye.
Dr. Crockett.
Aye.
Ms. Foster.
Aye.
Mr. Ruiz.
Aye.
Mr. Stratton.
Aye.
President Close.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Agenda item and done. So Ashley, anything for O? Item O?
Only that we have our next meeting on April 10th. We do hope to have this in person. We got doors, so we're just waiting for those.
We got the
CPC.
doors.
We got doors. Yeah, so things are happening.
Yes,
so we're hoping to be in person, and that meeting again is on April 10th. And I do appreciate all of you today. I know it's a long meeting, and really appreciate all your involvement.
I would like to second that. Thank you all. It's been a long meeting. And so have a good rest of your day. We are adjourned.
Great.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.